But that also goes to show like how spread out and how scattered and how distracted our senses are, to the point that when we actually do slow down, we're able to enter into a completely different state. One that feeds us and one that doesn't cause a buildup of anxiety.
I noticed I can do that. I can do that meditation anywhere now. Like when I'm driving, when I'm in the store, anywhere. That's what I like about that meditation.
Yeah. So just as a heads up, the way that it is now is extremely basic and simple. But where I'd like to take it is the fact that once you have like just this version memorized, you just start to swap out, because this is the context basically. You can start to swap out the content, and I found that it's taken me further. For example, instead of just repeating Soham, I start to replace that with Om. But like in the back of my head, I'm still saying Soham. Replacing it with Om and then seeing the actual Om symbol, following the prana as I breathe in and breathe out. And then eventually doing that same thing, but also making sure that I touch each one of the chakra points on my way up and my way down. That's the third level. And on that third level, instead of it just coming through my nose, when I inhale, I'm pulling in from the crown all the way down to the root. And then when I exhale, from the root all the way up to the crown.
Oh, so that's sort of like what I was doing with the etheric guided meditation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So maybe that's why you said that. And what I've been doing with that meditation for the past few months is I don't just do the 7 chakras. I make sure that I also hit the Bindu point in the back of the head. You remember in Drana Darshan where he has that diagram of the 7 chakras plus the Bindu in the back of the head?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I found that has that usually takes me into a very deep state. And when I've been working with Durga past few months, that's pretty much what I've been doing as my practice with her. Because like I have a tapestry of Durga, and on her palm, I think it's called the Varma Mudra, where she's got her open palm facing towards, and it's got the Om symbol on it. And like I'll stare at that until I just see the Om. You know, kind of like how we did back with the Goetia days, where we would just stare at the sigil until you see nothing but the sigil. But yeah,
Look at
that's
this picture I found on Durga on
Oh wow.
Yeah, I got like a lot of pictures.
Where's that? I mean, wow.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Durga like that before. Sitting on the lion. And it makes sense, you know, being the Shakti of Shiva. Being the feminine aspect of Shiva. The void principle.
So, Travis, did you enjoy the new Hellraisers?
I did. I really liked I liked Hellraiser herself. The way they presented her was pretty cool.
Cool. Yeah, so I'm gonna check it out tonight. I just made me an account for it.
Yeah, I don't want to give too much, but if you know your occult symbology, they definitely included some in there. glad it was not a letdown. Occult technology.
Did you get your Amazon gift yet?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
Unless one of my roommates scooped it up. Not yet. I appreciate it, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna put my on mute. My background is this is pretty live right now.
Right on.
I haven't worked with Goetia, but when you said you stared at this, what you were looking at until you only saw the sigil, is that like when you focus on an item and everything else would kind of black out except exactly what you're looking at?
Yes, that's exactly it.
Okay.
And in order for that to happen, you know, that is a certain state of trance.
It's funny because as a child I used to just practice or play with that actually. Just, I don't know, looking at something and then like it'd be like, how can I put it, like if you put a piece of paper or something in water, in a drop of water, it just kind of just eats it up. It just comes out of the side and it just moves in like it's like you're looking at 1,000 army men from sky view, just moving in on a target. It's just like that on the sides of your eye, and it just blacks and you only see what you're looking at. I used to just think that was so cool. And then here it is, you know, finding out what you're doing this whole time, and that's part of this. It's part of why I'm so thankful that you're, you know, sharing what you're going through and what you've learned for us.
And if you notice, these are all just different angles of approaching the same center. It's almost as if there's this room called trance state or whatever you want to call it, but there's different doors to get there. Whether it's a basic breathing meditation, whether it's zoning out on an image, whether it's staring at a different tatwa shape, right? There's so many different ways to get to this one place. With that being said, it isn't so much about what method is more effective or what method is better than the other. It's all dependent on what works best for you. And that's why a book like Dharana Darshan has so many different meditations in it, because eventually you'll figure out that it's not the meditation, it's the art of learning how to concentrate. And what is it that we lack severely in modern society? The ability to concentrate, right? It's almost as if our attention span is shrinking every single year, to the point now that like when it comes to big business and money, when they make decisions, they're usually educated decisions, right? They don't just do stuff because, oh, this would be cool. Because you're dealing with people's money, and people don't play about their money, right? So when you look at Instagram and YouTube and others, all the social media platforms, really, they're all starting to change rapidly, as if they're struggling to keep up with something. TikTok really did a number on us. But it's undeniable at this point the effect that TikTok has had on our existence within the technological space. So what I'm saying is this whole propensity to be distracted and lack of ability to focus, it's only becoming more and more of an issue. So learning how to concentrate, learning how to focus is a superpower in a world like this. And I mean that because learning how to focus and concentrate is the ability to expand further than the average person today. The average person has an attention span that's so short that they never really cover any ground. You know what I'm saying? And as we can consume social media daily, we're only training ourselves to lack focus and to lack concentration. I don't know anyone who's exempt from it, except maybe a person that is a lot older. But I noticed with my son, even, you know, and other kids his age and even younger, man, but I don't see it as a problem. It's evolution. There's apparently something here that we have to have that's necessary. I think the best thing we can do and the most realistic and practical thing that we can do is to have some time within our daily lives that we're able to separate from all that and practice concentration, practice focus, and practicing managing our own states and our own mind. In the beginning of the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, book 1, verse 3, he says that yoga is the management of the mind, management of the vrittis. Always been that, and it always will be that. Peace to everybody in the chat right now. Caesar, peace. Gerald Sombright, peace, peace. Nicole Berkeley, peace. Y'all, Micah, peace. Lance Benefield, peace. Monica Lawan, peace. OA, peace. Sunshine Chick, peace. Goddess in Gold, good to see you, peace. Vincent L. Cristol, peace, peace. Carrera, peace. Carrera says, hey everyone, just bought Mystical Kabbalah and on chapter 7. And watching your book studies. Amazing info. Thank you, Trav, for your work. Thank you. Tommy J. Pearson, peace, peace. So yeah, knowing that as a human being with a limited scope, we don't have all the pieces of the puzzle, so we can't really make an accurate judgment as far as what is right and what is wrong, what is good and what is evil, because we literally don't have all the puzzle pieces. But what a human being with a limited scope can rely on is pattern. We can rely on pattern because pattern is consistent. Pattern is consistent throughout time and throughout space. The very fact that we exist within space, which is matter, going through time, the very fact that we exist within that state of consciousness, it means that we're going to be limited because there are some things that haven't developed yet, and there are some things that are long gone that have been contributing factors to today. So that being said, we can trust the patterns, we can trust the context of the situation, and ultimately the universe, or this space that we live in, it has a certain consistency about itself. If it were a conscious being, then I would say that it knows what it's doing, and it's been doing what it's doing for far longer than I could imagine. I think it would be a wise decision to trust the universe as opposed to what our limited memory, or our limited access to memory, I should say, has given us. And it's really somewhat of a cross-reference, right? We have certain things about ourselves that we know and we understand about life. But really the things about ourselves that we know that we can call knowledge and wisdom, all that really is a collection of patterns that we've identified about reality that are consistent throughout time and space. And the things within our mind that are just our opinions that we can't back up with consistency, that's called illusion. And that's where a lot of people live. In an inner world concept that doesn't match up with the outer world concept. And then when the outer world shows that it doesn't match up with their inner world, and all of a sudden we're upset and we're blaming everyone else. But everything happens for a reason. And reason is pattern. The truth of pattern is self-evident. Like, you don't have to prove pattern. It proves itself. You don't have to debate pattern. You don't have to, you don't have to tell how you feel about pattern. It just is. And it will be. It was before you and it will be after you. Human nature is a set of patterns, right? You can trust human nature. You can't trust people individually, but you can trust human nature, because most nobody can override or overcome their nature. So you can trust that, right? You might not be able to trust what somebody says or what somebody presents to you, but you can definitely trust human nature, always and forever. That's what I mean. Just like when it comes to, like, say, people that want to do wealth magic and stuff like that, we get this idea that magic in particular is this free-for-all where you just throw shit at a wall and cross your fingers in hopes that it sticks. You just light a candle and suddenly you'll have $1,000 in your bank account tomorrow. That kind of thing. But no, just like anything else in reality, there's a pattern that has to be followed in order to get a result, right? If you want $1 million, you're gonna have to do something that's worth $1 million. Plain and simple. No amount of candles or fingers crossed is gonna get you there. Even if it happens by winning the lottery, you have to go out of your way to go get a lottery ticket, or a couple dozen lottery tickets, right? Everything is pattern. And all magic is understanding the art and the science of pattern. Patterns, relationships, and relationships of patterns. It's like that. Like, there's no superstition about it, and there's no blind faith, no just trust in whatever. You trust the pattern, always. Always. So how do you know if your magic is working? Well, do you know the pattern that you're riding upon? Are you paying attention? Or are you just hoping that things are going to work out without anything to base that hope upon? Even hope and faith have to be founded upon some kind of pattern. Correct me if I'm wrong. Swami Hood, nigga. Peace. Nectar of Immortality. Peace. Alfonso Robertson. Peace, peace. Swami Hood, nigga 888 says, so would you say chaos magic is blind hope? It really depends on the individual practitioner. Because the people who created chaos magic, if you read their books, they deeply understand the art and science of pattern. And that's what their books are about. Teaching their understandings of specific patterns. But what you'll find is that most people think that chaos magic is literally what the name is. You just chaotically do whatever. That's not what chaos magic is. I'm telling you, man. Before, like, I thought that more people knew what they were talking about. But when you actually start reading the books and the background of what people claim that they follow or claim that they do, you'll start to see that there are a lot of people who might have a platform or might have a spotlight who actually don't understand the foundations of what they claim. That's more common than actually finding somebody who practices what they preach. And it's not just in magic. I mean, you'll see that across the board, right? The same way that someone can make a song about living a certain kind of lifestyle without actually living that lifestyle, but see, the masses will believe it just because they say it. Same thing is happening in the spiritual field. There's a lot of people who talk about stuff they don't know. But that, again, that's human nature, right? You can trust human nature. That's the way it is. That's the way it's gonna be. Peace, MC Maestro.
And it's funny because what exposes that is patterns.
Give me an example.
The consistency, maybe not with someone's work. Say we use the example of an artist who's false claiming or whatever. Now over time, they can be seasonal. They'll be talking about this season, but if you stick around and watch, they're not going to have a bit of what they were talking about later on. And there is this such thing as growth and change, but you're still you, and you know where that comes from if you've been watching a person. So that's how patterns, you're gonna change your pattern. Oh, something's different. It's gonna set an alert up to the, let's say, conscious eye that's been paying attention. So yeah, just
now,
your patterns. No matter what you're doing, there's gonna be reoccurrence. Like, that's how the cops find people. your
right.
patterns. You've been leaving a dirt track by the front step on the last 3 houses. You know what I'm saying? Those examples.
Perfect. So notice how a short attention span and a lack of the ability to concentrate will make it difficult for you to track patterns. You see how it ties in? So if I'm not able to meditate, if I'm not able to concentrate or focus for longer than 15 seconds, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, I'm not gonna catch any patterns. I'm gonna keep bumping my head against the same stuff. And add in a lack of maturity, a lack of emotional development, a lack of mental development, and a lack of a accurate picture of reality. So now every time I bump my head, I got somebody to blame and something to blame, and I never address the issue within myself. So it's a perpetual cycle of foolishness. It's hard to get out of that, mainly because no one wants to think to themselves, hey, maybe I'm wrong. It's difficult to do that. Everything is designed so perfectly, because even in school, we're taught to be afraid of being wrong. Nobody wants to be wrong, because there's a fear of rejection, there's a fear of shame, and there's a fear of loss in status. It's a big deal for us to feel like we have status and status above our peers. No one wants to lose status. That's emotionally painful, or at least it's perceived as painful. So we're conditioned all throughout school to run away from rejection, from being wrong, and losing status. That's conditioned and ingrained into us. So as we go through life as adults, quotation because grown-up babies, we go through life as adults, and then we get stuck in our patterns, and we're afraid to even admit to ourselves that we're doing something wrong. It's easier to blame someone else, someone external, as the villain. It's even easier to blame someone that I've never met and never will met, like say the president or some rich person. Oh boy. Oh boy. I wanna go home. I wanna go home. This planet needs some work. Giovanni Garcia, peace. Giovanni Garcia says, I'm going through a low right now where all I have is faith to keep me going. What can I do to enhance my faith? Well, these low times are usually the best times to do just that, to enhance your faith. Now, first of all, what faith is not the same thing as hope, right? I heard Dick Gregory say, you don't hope that the rent money is going to come in this month. You don't hope that your bill's going to get paid. You don't hope that you're going to have some food in the fridge. You either got to know for sure or not know, right? But when it comes to faith, I love what Dion Fortune said that faith was. She said that faith is knowledge unmanifest. So what that means is you can expect it to manifest, just like what I said about patterns. Patterns have a beginning, a middle, and an end. If you plant a seed in the ground, as long as the soil's good, the season's right, you're watering it, it's got sunlight, as long as it has what it needs, you can expect it to sprout out of that ground. And as long as it keeps getting what it needs, you can expect that plant to grow big and strong, right? So faith in a mustard seed is planting that seed in the ground and taking care of it, because you got faith that you know what's going to happen. Faith is knowledge unmanifest. That means that it's knowledge and it's true. It just hasn't manifested yet. So how can you be so certain? If it's a pattern, if you know what pattern you're locked into, there's no need for doubt. There's no need for fear. Like, I don't have room for those in my existence anymore, because I know if there's an outcome that I want in life, then I need to get the process rolling. I need to get the pattern in place, right? There's nothing to be confused about. Oh my God. No. So how do you increase your faith? Make sure you got your patterns on deck. You know where you are right now. You said this is a low point. Then hopefully you also know where you want to go. If you know where you want to go, get that pattern started. Lock into it. Buckle up. Go 100%. Matter of fact, when you really lock into the pattern that's going to get you to where you want to go, that should even motivate you. That should even give you more fire, because you know there's nothing to worry about. So how do you increase your faith? Know, at least generally, where you're trying to go and start that pattern. The Electric Rose. Peace. Swami Hood Nigga 888 says, this might be a stupid question, but does God care if you fail or win in this life? Like, can God spite you for being lazy or a loser? So, yes and no. That depends entirely on your personal conception of God. See, we have this amazing power, right? We have this amazing power, and people call it the law of attraction. People call it manifestation. People call it all kind of corny and cheesy names. But there's a reality to it. And the reality to it is that consciousness is undifferentiated. It's pure existence, or pure non-existence that slowly becomes existence. And in the process of becoming existence, get this now, it's a substance that once it finds form, it begins to take form. And once it takes form, it fulfills its purpose as the form, right? So pure consciousness is just existence, and it takes the form of a duck. And once it takes the form of a duck, it starts to walk like a duck and quack like a duck, eat like a duck and shit like a duck. And it's a duck, or at least it appears as a duck. Everything in reality is like that. As it gets closer to your now moment, you turn it into something. That's what manifestation is. That's what the law of attraction is. And that's happening all the time. You never are not doing that. You're doing it right now. And everything in your life is a result of that process. So if you think of the concept of God, and included with that concept is somebody who is ready to punish you if you're lazy, ready to punish you if you're a loser, you're doing that. You're creating that framework. And then your power, since we gods out here and everyone's got this power, your actual power is taking your beliefs and your agreements and your contracts and fulfilling them. So if that's how you see God, yes, the answer is yes. Now that's not the truth for me, because that's not how I see God. I would agree with the beginning, maybe. Does God care if you fail or win in this life? I would say no, because there's no failure in my God. Matter of fact, there is no win either. It just is. Everything that happens is perfectly perfect. I can't fuck this up. I can't fuck this up. What I call God, what you would call God that I refer to in my reality, what kind of God is it where I can fuck up its plan? What kind of God is it where I can screw it up? What kind of God is it where you can screw up his plan? Come on now, is that a God? Is that a God that you really want to be working with? There's nothing I could do to screw up and cause God to get mad at me or punish me or any of that. Because that would imply that, number one, God has these petty human emotions. Number two, that God couldn't see the future and couldn't do anything about the future. You know what I'm saying? It also shows that God is incompetent, made me flawed, etc., etc. All kind of things come along with that. So no, I don't think that God can spite you for being lazy or a loser. I would never call myself a loser, and I wouldn't call myself lazy. Did you know that even you have patterns? Like, for real, there for me, for example, there are times where I'm up and I'm super productive, super creative, all kind of great ideas, and life is just awesome. And guess what? There's down periods too, where I don't feel like doing nothing, and I don't do nothing, right? And it goes up and down. And what did I say about tracking patterns? When I track my patterns, I see that there's roughly a 2 to 3 week span in between each one of those phases. So since I figured that out, when I'm at my peak, I do my best to capture all of that. And when I'm at my low point, I don't beat myself up. I get the rest that I need, and I make sure that what I've collected at my peak, I can still utilize at my low point, so that at least when it comes to my productivity, things look kind of, you know, at a consistent baseline. But you can't, there's no benefit in calling yourself lazy, because as long as you're doing what you're supposed to do, and you know what you're supposed to do, as long as you're doing that, you're not lazy. You've got down periods. You've got times where you need to rest. The body has an intelligence too, and it knows what it needs. Sometimes the conscious mind can ignore that. Carrera says that relationship to your environment and how it affects you is big, man. I get caught up in that and it throws me off. Yes. Four Cats Tarot. Peace, peace, my fellow traveler. Sly says, and peace, Sly, greetings. Sly says, Giovanni, you are not alone. Find a piece of solace in that fact, as I have. It can be worse. I find that to be a turning point tool for me to begin my climb out of the low. Alligator, peace, peace. Alligator says, greetings, fam. Shame is the lowest vibrational energy, so you go into fight or flight mode when you encounter that energy. Yes, sir. There's no use for that feeling. And if you want to talk about self-improvement and growth and expanding yourself, you're gonna have to start to move away from feelings like shame and guilt and fear. They don't serve a healthy purpose. They did at one point. Glocky says, so you stop patterns by recognizing them and changing what you do. Yes, so everything is pattern. There's patterns that lead to what you would call bad, and there's patterns to what you would call good. Identify what patterns you have now, and you pretty much just swap them out like Lego pieces. If you're doing something that leads you to a place that you don't like, do something different. Everything is pattern. Nothing is not a pattern. This is pattern universe. This is pattern city right here. Everything is pattern. So it's simply about identifying what patterns you're currently in and what patterns you'd like to adopt. Swami Hood Nigga says, I see how you rose from despair as inspiration, man. From that story you mentioned about your old best friend and your ex-girl, it connected with me because I too got betrayed by my homie over abroad. It hurts, man. It took me a long time to get over that, but I did. And I know that I got over it because I can see them both. I can look them in the eyes in person and not feel any kind of pain. Because I understand everything happens the way that it was supposed to, and if that didn't happen, I wouldn't be me today. I wouldn't have what I have. I wouldn't not have what I don't have, because that's just as important. I'm grateful because as you move forward in life, everybody doesn't stick with you forever. Everybody don't stick with you forever. I learned that through family. I learned that through being in the military. Hell, I learned that from my YouTube channel. People come and they go when it's the right time in your journey, when it's the right time in their journey. So when people go, let them go. You can still love somebody and them not be in your life. But don't try to force somebody to stay when it's time for them to leave. That's a powerful lesson that I learned. Enjoy your people while you got them. Enjoy them. But when it's time for them to go, let them go. We really are vibrational beings. And what that means is those patterns that we have going on in our thoughts, those patterns that we have going in our hearts, the patterns that we even have going on in our physical body, that's what we call a vibration. It's a pattern. And other people, there's almost 7 billion people on this planet, maybe more, or maybe less. I don't know. But there's a lot of people. There's an unfathomable amount of people on this planet. You're not as unique and individual as you think you are. It's a lot of people out here. With that being said, you resonate and vibrate with other groups of people, right? Mentally, emotionally, physically, spiritually. You resonate and you vibrate with other groups of people. And when you're on a level with somebody, they're attracted to you and you're attracted to them, right? But guess what? If your vibration is composed of your thought patterns, your heart patterns, emotion patterns, your imagination patterns, your body patterns, your health patterns, if your vibration is composed of all that, those things change. They change pretty regularly, right? If you're changing your thoughts little by little every day, your attitude starts to change. Your aura starts to change. The people that you hang out with, if they're not changing in the same direction, they're not going with you. And likewise, if their thoughts start changing, even if someone starts to get jealous of you, right? Jealousy, that's a pattern. And it starts to change the mind. Envy, that starts to change the chemistry, that starts to change the vibration. They're moving away from you now. Likewise, if you're thinking about success, if you're thinking about moving forward, growing, doing better for yourself, and everyone else isn't, you're changing your vibration from the people that you're around. You see what I'm talking about? So people come and they go, let them go. And welcome in the new ones. This is the kind of thing that I mean when I say that my limited brain doesn't have all the information. So I can't say that something is good or bad. I can only say if it's useful and appropriate, if it's efficient or inefficient. That's all I can say. Ain't no good or bad. It's useful and appropriate. Or something like that for you. Make up your own. If you can't make up one, use mine. But good and bad is a extremely primitive way of looking at reality. Extremely primitive. Because that is so polarized that it isn't realistic. It isn't realistic. Moby, peace, peace. Kashigi, peace. Kashigi says, hey Travis, just figured out about your channel. Welcome. And watched a couple of your videos just now, and you helped me with clearing questions I have come up with myself. I look forward to looking into more of your videos. Me too. Awesome. Awesome possum. Giovanni Garcia says, thanks, Trav. I'm going to take the steps I need to take. You got it, my friend. Kev Rose, SS, God, peace, peace. Seaman Grove, peace. Nate Garcia says, yes, the conception of what you think God is, if he does have human rules or human ways of thinking, we can use language loosely and still not to get to the right perception of what might be the divine or lights that we deal with, because our language gives us such a small glimpse of what things are. Absolutely. Carrera says, Trav, when meditating on the Tree of Life symbol, do I see the whole tree in my mind or individual Sephiroth? Yes. The answer is yes. Rosie Jewel, qualitative social psych and doula. Peace. Stuffed dog, peace, peace. Just reading through the chat here. Glocky says, so all this stuff is simple and common sense. We just make it too technical and sophisticated. Yeah, you're exactly right. And that's the thing about this. It is what it is. Reality is reality. But depending on your level of consciousness is how you're going to receive it. It doesn't have to be deep and complex. It also doesn't have to be extremely simple. There's enough on every single level of consciousness that as long as you go after it, you get it. Knowledge says, I used to feel like I lost my gift of being in tune with that inner voice when I hit those low points. Now I just wait it out, and like you said, get the rest that I need, then my secret lover returns. Right. So you never lose it, but when you start telling yourself you lost it, you start believing it, and you start manifesting it. So you're still using your power, you're just using it against yourself. And why would you do that? Doesn't seem too efficient, useful, or appropriate. Useless familiar piece.
Good evening.
Greetings. Voice sounds familiar.
What's up, Trav? What's good, man? How you doing?
What's good, brother? How you doing?
Doing good, man. Taking it day by day.
Yeah, man. It's been a minute.
Yeah, man. I just realized this stuff is very personal for me, man. All this stuff is like hella personal. So you really gotta take time and practice it on your person. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Nobody got, like, when they say nobody has the answer but you, like that shit is so crazy true. Like, nobody has it but you. Like, real shit. You gotta play your cards.
Yes. And you want it that way, right? You want to play with your own deck, because someone else's deck may have a couple of cards that are good for you, but you're not familiar with that whole deck.
That's a fact.
Matter of fact,
poker.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody has their own cards. Everybody's trying to see what their poker face is. But that poker face can fool you, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So you got to pay attention to your hands. Like, real shit. Stuff is very intricate. Oh.
Yes. That's what makes it an art. You know, just like there's an art to poker and there's a science to poker. Same thing with this stuff. There's an art and a science to it. Which means that there's a big degree of technicality and there's a big degree of a personal kind of essence with it.
Now, that's really with everything. Like, you can't get creative in basketball until you learn the fundamentals. You feel me? I can't have that sexy ass crossover, and I don't even know if the move I'm making is a travel or not. You feel me? Like, This is real. This stuff is really so simple to correlate. You just make it like you're doing too much sometimes. Honestly.
Yeah.
Well, that I do too much sometimes. Let me speak for myself. I do too much sometimes.
I think we all do at times. I do at times.
Yeah. But it's a part of the learning process. But how you been, no trash?
On most levels, I've been excellent. On some levels, I've been needing a recharge for sure. But everything coming into balance, one day at a time, like you said.
Have you ever looked back at the old videos and compared your
I
thought
haven't.
process?
I haven't yet, no. But it's been crossing my mind the past couple of weeks.
Let me know, because I got a lot of timestamps. Got a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, if you ever have timestamps, just let me know, cause like I'll be happy to put them in the videos. That helps me too.
Bet I'm gonna send them as soon as possible when I get a chance.
Appreciate that.
No problem, man.
And really, that goes for anybody in the chat. Like, if you're watching any of my videos, especially the long ones, and you see something that sticks out to you, write the timestamp in the comments, and I'll try to go back and put it in the description. Laura, how are you tonight?
Hi, I'm doing great. Getting ready to have a fire. Energy has been super lit recently, so just been working with that, and yeah, I've been doing really well. But it's definitely like in the midst of change, sort of. So thus having the fire tonight, it's like, all right, let's take that, let's just expand it. So yeah, it's going pretty well.
Good to hear. Good to hear.
Yeah. How about you? How's everything? Well, you said on multiple levels you're doing all right. What were you talking about previously? Because I joined in the chat a little bit because I was like, yes, he's on. And then I saw this was like the occult discussion, and so I was like, fuck yeah. And so I don't want to come in with no random topic here.
Well, in these waters, random is usually on point, as we've seen. But before, I was just talking about the supremacy of pattern. Like, everywhere you look, this universe is constructed out of pattern. So in a way, when it comes to things like fear and doubt, and even faith, all those just have to do is with your degree of understanding pattern. If you have fear and you have doubt, then that means you're unaware or unsure of the pattern that's at play. But if you have faith and trust and you're empowered, then you know that there is a pattern at play that you can hold on to.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I used to I think as we get higher in these studies, you know, I was kind of thinking about that today, because one of the things that I've been experiencing today has been random aggression directed towards me from different individuals or things, but I didn't particularly ignite this aggression. It would just occur, like whether it was traffic, like I got flipped off in traffic today and stuff for waiting while someone crossed on the crosswalk. I had a sparring partner kind of freak out at me, like kind of randomly. I had as I was walking my dogs today in the wash, a big old coyote came and growled at us, and like it's just been a really interesting day where random acts of aggression have been directed, and I recognize that it may not be necessarily something that I'm putting out, because I used to take responsibility for everything. I'd be like, oh, that's my fault. I need to go into deep introspection and figure out what I'm projecting. So then, because obviously this is me, But sometimes this is a reflection of something that's happening on a bigger scale, and everyone and everything in it is having a reaction to uh, to whatever this is, to on a certain level. So I have the ability now to choose how I want to respond to this, but I don't necessarily have to play a part in that aggression. Like, I don't have to act aggressively back towards it. I don't have to blame myself or make myself feel bad thinking that I somehow unconsciously attracted this. Like, I can also see it as just, okay, this is a part of what's going on in my energetic field right now, like what's going on within my atmosphere. And I have the opportunity to now harness this energy, or at least tap into it and kind of find out where I can work harmoniously with it. So like all day today, it's just been like, okay, let me let you pass on your way. Okay, let me let you do your thing. Okay, let me, let me work with this, because this is a highly energetic state. So let me then just use this to feed my own energy, so I don't get tired throughout the day, but I'm not going to relate to it in an emotionally negative way. So that's been really interesting, kind of. And as you can hear, my dogs are barking right now, because, like, I mean, I'm telling you, there's like something going on over here. Like, just today, there's just like so much action. But I can choose to read that as something that's going to heighten me, that's going to enhance everything I do, instead of reacting to it the way how it's being perceived by me in some ways. You know what I mean? I don't have to be aggressive towards it.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure, I might be mistaken or I might be a bit early on this, but I'm pretty sure if we had to blame somebody, Mars is going into retrograde, and it will be that way for a little bit. I've noticed that spark up. I mean, I think that's what it is, but I could be wrong. I'm not Christian or anything, but
I think you're right. There is a Mars transit that's happening, I think on the 18th.
Yeah. Close enough to be close.
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed it popping up in my life, and also a lot of the people that I do talk to on these matters. There's been this surge of what some could say is aggressive energy. Some could even say like a motivated type of energy. Some are even experiencing that as a creative type of energy. But there has definitely been a shift from the past 2 weeks or so of norm.
Yeah, and that's why it's been and actually that's why I really like using the planets as not really as something to blame, but as something to reference, because planets are very much like tarot in the sense that they harness a certain energy, or they filter through a type of aspect, but it has many different faces. So you can look at, like the energy of Mars, yes, aggression is a part of it, but it can also be energizing. It can also assist you in gaining willpower. It can also assist you in determination. Like, all these other factors that you can tap into play a part. And so that's really helped me with all the stuff that's going on. I could either continue to act aggressively towards someone, or I could go along with that aspect, or I could see it as a way to boost my own willpower, or to boost my own motivation, take the energy from that and transmute it in the way that works best for me. So I like looking at the planetary transits just for that as well, because it's like, kind of reminds me to look at all of the different angles of what's coming through right now, instead of just seeing it as the one.
Very good point. And that calls to attention something I said a little bit earlier about how a person in the chat was asking about God. Is God going to punish me or bless me based on what I do, et cetera, et cetera. And I was saying that a better way to look at it is the fact that the undifferentiated consciousness, God, whatever you want to call that thing that is above and beyond our individual manifestation, this is just pure isness that slowly becomes something manifest. So there's a transition from being pure isness and then becoming something. There's like a step there. There's like a system there. And that system has a lot to do with the individual's perspective, right? Now, there's a lot of us here, And if a lot of us believe reality to be a certain way, that definitely has an effect on manifestation. So likewise, when we deal with that process of becoming, one of the symbols that allow us to read that process is astrology. So it's not that the planets are doing anything. It's not the planets are causing anything. The planets are a symbol of that becoming process. So as we experience these energies becoming things, the part that we play is how we react to it. Just like what you were saying about the aggression or these different obstacles that were showing themselves to you. You can either become a part of that energy, or you can be non-attached and allow that energy to be itself and rise above it. And at the very, 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 very bottom line, that's you either identifying with consciousness or identifying with matter. If you identify with matter, you're going to reflect matter. If you identify with consciousness, matter reflects you. That's simple. So it's not, I'm going to match their energy. No, they should match your energy.
I had that same experience today at the DMV, man. I was in there for 6 hours.
Oh, God.
But I maintained my friend. I was like, look, this is what I came to do, and I'm going to get it done and get out.
Yeah.
And everything worked out perfect for me. Everything, man. It was a fight, but I walked out of it with a smile on my face.
Good, good.
Yeah, like it hasn't been bad, right? It's just weird shit kind of happens. Like there's almost been like just obstacles everywhere. Or there's just been like
like for me, there was like, hold up, you don't have a driver's license. It's like, what? I have a CDL. What are you talking about? So they took 2 hours to verify my license, and I'm showing you the license. And I say, okay, I know what this is. Okay, relax. I'm gonna get what I came to get and leave out.
You know what's been really interesting though that I've really loved about this time is God, thank the gods that we have been able to like work on meditation, awareness, and that because this has been a super lit time for meditation, like ritual. Wow, my shit's been on fire recently. Like all this other stuff, all these distractions are happening and stuff, but it's not really a bad time because I've been able to go deep into meditation and like, so I recently have been doing a lot of herbology because I wanted to find out what I have around my house, and I really like to make little pouches that you can meditate with and stuff like that. I've made it for friends in the past, but I haven't done it in a while, so I was looking around my house to see what plants I had. And again, back to the astrology thing, which I think is really interesting, is that around my, so I have a whole bunch of planets. Well, all around my house are plants that work as like 12th house thing. So like I have a lot of that's used for, you know, and used for talking dead and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, very like occult like plants are surrounding my house. So I've been cultivating those, having them moon that we had recently and doing like rituals with them, that kind of stuff. And it's just been on fire. Like I mean, I've been able to communicate with family members of mine that have passed that I haven't communicated with in a really long time. And they're like popping up in my dreams all of a sudden. I mean, it's just been it's been like a really cool time. We're like, you know, tapping into meditation and stuff like that, which is making me think maybe this time period, yeah, there's going to be distractions and stuff, but maybe that means that this is supposed to be a period where we just go inside and we don't really focus too much on what's happening.
Yeah.
Perspective.
What was that?
Hello?
Hello? Yeah, could you say that again?
Nah, I just say that's a perspective. That's all I said.
going within as opposed to being involved with the outside. From my vantage point, what I see is that a lot of what's going on in the main, or at least a lot of what's being pushed to people in general, a lot of the stuff is very superficial and lacks meaning, lacks depth. And when I say superficial, it's mostly just things that appeal to the senses or that appeal to pleasure and pain. And when you spend enough time dabbling in that stuff, at least for me, I'm left with a feeling of just like emptiness. Like I literally just invested my time and attention and I got nothing out of it. Nothing out of it. And of course, the opposite happens when I invest that time and that energy on, my studies or my practice or just developing things. Not only does it feel like my time was invested wisely, but I usually have something to show for it for months and years in advance. But you don't get that paying attention to the world. The world gets it, actually. They get it from you. So it's almost like attention is truly the main currency. Depending where you spend it, it's going to make profit. But the question is, are you investing it in yourself or are you investing it in somebody else?
Oh my God, that's a fact. That's a fact.
Man. It's people that know all these different like sports statistics and they're not an athlete, nor are they making any money from it. But they can quote scores and plays and all this other stuff. Likewise with like music. There's plenty of people who are not musicians or involved in the music industry whatsoever. Know all the lyrics, know all the mixtapes, all the albums, all the history, but can't really do anything with it other than debate who's the best rapper. There's a lot of information out there, but the information that you're investing in is useful, is appropriate.
At the end of it, you don't get that you don't know the answer to that. That's a fact. Is it useful or is it?
And check this out also. I'm not saying those things are bad. I'm not saying it's bad to invest your time in sports information or music information, because guess what? If you're an athlete or somebody involved with it, that's very useful and appropriate, right? But for me, it is not useful or appropriate whatsoever. Likewise with this occult stuff. I could tell you all about a mystical Kabbalah and a Kabbalion and all that shit. But for some people, this information is not useful or appropriate. But like KP said, this is a very individual thing. You have to know you first and foremost, or at least you gotta have some kind of idea about what you want out of life.
And there's many ways to get the same fucking result. People beefing because you ain't do the same shit the way they did it, but you got the same result. Like, it doesn't matter then. It doesn't matter. Oh shit, he put the milk before the cereal. Nigga, I'm still eating the cereal.
Right. You don't have to eat it.
Word. My bad, I'm messing with this war zone at the moment. This shit is bugging. Hold on for a second. Yo, so how's your faith with this stuff? Like, if you were down bad, like real bad, like you trust that with all this you'll get to a better place. Like, there's no doubt in that. Like, that's how strong your faith is with this.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been dealing with this enough to know that the mystery is in the content, not in the context. Since I understand the context, that's not the mystery anymore. I know how stuff works, generally. Now it's a matter of, what do I want to work? So I don't think I'd ever be in a position of being down bad again. But if I was, because we don't know what's going to happen in life, if I was, number one, okay, so we learned about NLP and stuff. Number one, I know that my frame and my state has a lot to do with it. So I'm not going to let myself go into a state that I'll have to contend with, right? Because I'm already going to have a bunch of stuff to contend with already. My inner state's not going to be one of them. So first and foremost, I'm going to cultivate the most appropriate state. That's why it's so good whenever you're down in your luck to be around people who are positive, people who have optimism about them. Not just because it's good to feel good, but your state literally determines the type of behavior that you can perform. So first and foremost, I make sure that my state's in check. And then secondly, like, I really come to terms with, like I said, where I want to be, where I want to go, and where I am now. And I try to find the most efficient pattern. First, I do it psychologically, like I do some kind of inner ritual to ensure that all of my parts are on the same game plan, including the unconscious aspect of me that I have very little control over. I'll make sure that he's on board, or she. And then from there, I'll start doing what I can in the real world, in the physical world, to move towards my goal. Make sense? But I think in the past, when I skipped over those first two parts, that had me spinning in circles. When I didn't check my state and maintain my frame, and when I didn't connect with my inner aspects, when I skipped over those two parts and just went with, oh, I got to figure out a game plan and I got to get back on track. When I just focused on the physical aspect, I didn't get it quickly. I was very unhappy the whole time. I was struggling, stressed, and pressed, anxious, right? And this is around the time when I was first working with the clip off. I figured that because of all this magic stuff, I was put in a very bad spot. So I put it away. I put it away and just focus on, I got to get a job. I got to get this money. I got to do this, that, and the third to hold everything together. And yeah, I was stuck in that place for a year because I ignored what was important, which is the inner states. Those are more important than the physical stuff. That's my take on it.
And just so we both on the same page, by state, you're talking about your emotional state and mental state?
Yes. So when I say frame, I'm talking about if my life was a picture and I'm putting it in the frame that supports the picture of my life, right? What I'm thinking God is, what I'm thinking my purpose is, what I'm thinking my mission is, what I'm thinking the meaning that I'm placing on life, all the meanings got to be in check. So if I'm sitting up here like I'm being punished, I always fuck up, like that's a frame, and that my picture don't fit in that frame. And then the state comes along with it. The state is the grounding, the foundation of all of that. My state is how I'm feeling emotionally, the type of thoughts that I'm letting ruminate in my head. Yeah, and just generally how I see life.
That's why they say maintaining your frame is important.
Absolutely. Because everything else is based on that. Say, even if, you know what I'm saying, an opportunity comes my way, if my frame and my state is not right, I'll ignore or reject or somehow screw up that opportunity. That's why I say your state literally determines what you can do. What you can do. Somebody can come to me and say, hey, Trev, I got this opportunity for you. If you take it, you're going to get X, Y, Z, da, 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 da. If my state doesn't believe in myself, if I don't believe I'm capable, right? If I'm doubting myself, if I'm doubting him or her, if I've got a state that isn't congruent with my success, I'm gonna miss that opportunity. So state first, inner states first. Second, I would do some kind of ritual to get my unconscious mind on board. Third, then I go to what my conscious mind could figure out. Understanding that now I've got the support of my unconscious mind and the support of my frame of reality. When you got all those pieces on board, you can't lose. It's literally a matter of time at this point. Can't lose with the stuff I use.
You feel like you came to the point where you can control your state at any time? Or not, let me not say any time, instantly?
Any time is the right answer, yes. You can control your state at any time. Why would you not be able to do that?
I mean, sometimes you have that feeling in your stomach. It don't go away the same moment. It takes like 34 minutes, 40 minutes type shit. Well, that's my view.
So the thing with that is you'll have this physical feeling and this emotional feeling. And, I can't pretend to be Superman. Like, we all get like a feeling that in that moment it's hard to shake it immediately. Yes. But the sooner you can get a hold of it, if you have to, reframe it. If you have to, reframe it until it starts to change. Because that feeling in your stomach doesn't mean anything. It's just a feeling. You're the one that gives it a meaning, right?
That's a fact.
Yeah, I heard this lecture. I'm going to try to, I'm going to be paraphrasing here, but one of the things they were talking about was how the emotions are the filter of all of this information that's coming down, right? But we have the ability to choose which category they go into. So, and the emotions are the tools that we use to then basically label how we are going to have this experience. So it's like the information comes down, we receive it as like have you ever had someone like come to you and just like try to start something with you? The first thing you feel, at least for me, the first time when people do that to me, I don't feel anger immediately. I'm registering the situation. There's a moment before I get angry back where I'm registering what's happening, and my body instinctually goes into fight or flight. So it's taking the information that's being given and it's going to use the emotions to then categorize that information so that I can best survive that experience or overcome that experience, whatever it may be. So that's where I'm paraphrasing, but that's how I kind of have been viewing emotions. Emotions are like the categorization of that information. We have the ability to choose where that goes, where that gets categorized, and then play that out as the experience.
Hell yeah. Exercising the control that you do have. Like, again, we the gods, I'm a god, God. That's your power. Like, reality is just content. You're the one that sets the context. That's the power of consciousness. Matter doesn't set the context. Prakriti doesn't set the context. Prakriti literally does what she reflects from Purusha. Matter reflects what it picks up from mind, so you set the category, you channel it to where you want it to go. The more intricately we begin to understand that, the more opportunities we have to create what we want to create. Cosmic chlorophyll, peace, peace. Oh, we had Maestro for a second.
He's coming back. I think the ship just cut out. Yeah, it did. But he's going. Oh, hold on. He just had to jump quantum fields real fast, you know? He's coming. He's coming back.
I know the feel. Spiritually natured, how are you tonight?
Hey there.
Hey.
I didn't want to cut anyone off, but hey everybody.
Greetings, greetings.
Doing great tonight.
How far are you in our book?
Travis, I'm all over the place in the book. Like, I really love this book so much. I'm all over the place because you read a couple pages and then I have to start searching the different terms because I'm like, what?
Mm-hmm.
And it just sends me into a whole new tailspin for another couple of days. And then I get back to it and I'm in another section. It's crazy.
Cool. I'm in the same boat.
Yo, I did not realize how many damn books are on Kabbalah. You keep pulling up another one and another one.
Yeah, man.
And they all from like 19 something. So I'm like,
You said all from what?
like 19 something.
Oh, yeah.
Damn, this shit really old as hell.
That's what the gems are, man. Peace, Stray Panther. Andy, how you doing tonight?
Hey Trav, hey everybody, how you doing? I'm doing okay.
That's Andy.
Hey,
Very well.
Peace, bro.
Yo,
yeah,
bro.
yo. Yeah, I've been. I gotta say, the last month has been busy turbulence on the path, you know, and all kinds of crazy shit going on, you know. Very, very turbulent. I don't want to go too much into it, all my troubles and woes, but a lot of shit and a lot of quite frustrating and stressful and a lot of stuff to deal with. That said, being able to maintain my frame throughout, feel pretty bulletproof throughout it, considering the levels of stress that was involved. I mean, just to put it in a nutshell, I was looking at potential a little bit of jail time, maybe a possible massive fine, possibly losing my job out here. Everything was at stake, and it all came about through my own kind of, I guess, self-sabotage. And self-sabotage is certainly something that's been a pattern within my life, but it's something that I've romanticized over the years, and something I don't know, relished a little bit, you know. And it's like sort of where there's creativity, there's, you know, there's destruction on the other side of that. And, you know, I think obviously my path certainly is about trying to balance them forces and walk that tightrope. And I enjoy letting the pole that I'm holding dip one way and enjoy the fruits of that abundance of creative energy. But then I then enjoy tipping it the other way into a destructive side and throwing it all away and watching it all burn, just so I can kind of test myself to see how I can get the balance back. But in the last month, I maybe tipped too far to one side, and it bit me right on the ass. And it was like, okay, what's the lesson? You know, the lesson here is to, you know, is to maintain the frame, is to maintain that balance and stay balanced now. You know, if I really want to go further on this path, like I know I'm meant to, then balance is required going forward, and I have to leave them patterns behind. Even though I enjoyed them, even though I kind of felt a bit like a rock star in my own head in kind of exploring them patterns. The other thing that it kind of brought home to me is, you know, in relation to working on the tree and working on them paths, in a way, you're simultaneously walking the tunnels of set, you know, on the other side of the coin. You know, when, you know, a coin's got two sides, and, you know, you can either spend that coin one way or another. And that, I think, you know, this kind of idea of things being connected and reflective of one another, the knowledge, the gnosis that come to me was, yeah, you know, you can dip into both sides as much as you want, but don't go so far to the point of where the narrative becomes, when your narrative is put into the hands of other people, and your narrative gets written by other people, and you feel like you're so out of control. So okay, I could have took it to its I could have took it to, it could have gone to its extreme conclusion in the situation. So I feel like I need to put this into context now. So what happened, I was meant to, I don't know if you remember, I was meant to go to Nepal. I was meant to go on like a trip to, you know, the Himalayas mid last month. And when I got to the airport, they said, you know, I checked in my luggage and everything, my rucksack, boarding pass, ready to go through passport control. They looked at my passport and said, you can't travel. There's a police case against you. I was like, what? What police case? When was this? No one could, you know, here in Dubai, you know, you're in a kind of dictatorship here, whether you like it or not. And so no one can tell you nothing. Next minute, you know, I was took to like sort of the airport police station, and then they transported me. They said, you're not traveling today, blah, blah, blah. So I was gutted. And then got taken to this police station. Once I got to the police station, they said there was an incident 4 nights ago, and that was the previous Sunday. And what had happened the previous Sunday, I'd been to a beach club. I'd had lots of free drinks. I was living it up. I was dancing around crazy and having a good time. And when I left that place, I got a cab. And there's a lot of kind of con artists in Dubai when it comes to cab drivers and whatnot. And basically, this cab driver tried to charge me 3 times the amount of the going rate of the fare. So I got in an argument with this cab driver about the fare, but he threatened to escort me to the police station, said, we'll sort it out with the police. And the other thing is, the police take kind of backhanders from cab drivers and all this kind of corruption that takes place here. So I said, okay, look, take the damn money, you're an asshole, whatever, fuck you, you know what I mean? Paid them, left the cab. What had happened, that cab driver then lodged a complaint once I'd left the cab. And this had set in motion this whole, with me, unbeknownst to me, there was like a case filed against me by this cab driver, and he wanted to take me to court and all this stuff. So it's like this whole, like what seemed like a storm in a teacup turned into a typhoon. And I was like, so for like the last month, or well, since the 15th of September, I've been back and forth to like the police station, trying to clear my name, trying to get things sorted out. But it was like, okay, maintain your frame. Let's look at this from a distance. What the fuck's going on? And it was like, well, okay, the path requires you to stay balanced, especially in a place where you're not on your home ground. You have got to kind of watch your P's and Q's to a certain degree here. And it made me kind of appreciate the position I'm in over here, the responsibilities I have here. I'm in such a good spot here. But I could so easily fuck it all up, and someone could throw my ass in a cell and throw away the key. Now, if that did happen, which it ain't, if that did happen, I mean, everything's resolved now. Thank God, everything's kind of sorted now, and I'm back to kind of square one. I missed out on going to Nepal. That's unfortunate, but hey, Nepal will wait. It's only 4 hours away. But it's almost like I've got to respect what I've built for myself out of the path. It's almost like the path has gifted me an opportunity, because the opportunity for me to be here and do what I'm doing fell into my lap in a very, for want of a better word, magical way. The whole journey, my whole journey over the last 3 years has been very magical, very fortuitous, and a lot of opportunities coming to my door one way or the other, whether it's the people I meet or opportunities for work afforded to me. And it's like I've almost like spat back in the face of the path, or spat back in the face of my higher self. And my higher self has gone, okay, asshole, you want it? Have it. You know what I mean? Let's see how far down the tunnels you want to go. Let's see how strong you are to fight with your own, to wrestle with the demons of your own creation here. And it's like, whoa, okay. It's, and I guess, the model of the story is, be yourself and stop struggling to be something that's not you. That's your worst kind of, incarnation of yourself. Let it go, evolve, And so yeah, so glad to be through the other side with the lessons in hand. But it's took many, many years to get there, to kind of, I guess, reach a point. Some people would call that a rock bottom, to where you actually come back up to the surface and take that gulp of breath. You know, the other thing that come to me thinking about it was, you know, and I think I've mentioned this on one of the lives years ago, or one of the YouTube live chats, was there was like an old Grimm's fairy tale, or you know, that type of thing, and it's about like the sun and the wind have a bet with one another, that there's like a kind of journeyman with his cloak, and the wind bets the sun that he can blow so hard, blow up such a storm, that he can blow the guy's cloak off, blow his coat off. And the sun says, okay, you're on. So the wind blows and blows and blows, but the harder the wind blows, the more this guy keeps a grip of this cloak and keeps himself wrapped up in it. And the wind can't blow the thing off. And then the sun says, you know, step aside. And the sun just beats down its rays. And next minute, the guy just throws off his cloak because he's too hot, and you know what I mean? He needs to cool down. And that's where I feel I've been at, where, you know, I've had to let the cloak go of this kind of romanticized ideal I have in my head of kind of walking on thin ice all the time and waiting to fall through. So yeah, but other than that, I'm very happy.
I have a question for you, Andrew.
Sure.
So at any moment, did you want to resort to some, for the sake of lack of words, evil magic to fix the situation that you was in?
Sorry, repeat that for me again.
I said, so at any point did you want to resort to evil magic because you know you can solve, you already have the tools to solve all these problems that you endured or that occurred. You one of the few masters on here, so I'm pretty sure you knew some things you could have possibly done to fix it right away, or
yes.
Or do you think you needed to go through that in order to get clarification for some other journey that you may be going down?
No, I think I definitely needed to go through it, but at the same time, the temptation to use low magic is always there. And as part of the path hey, don't get me wrong, I have no problem with the idea of low magic. It's the other side of the coin to high magic. And however, you know, I'm pretty new to this path, and I have some good, I have an excellent mentor that kind of guides me. And, you know, I've had this conversation with her about, hey, you know, how about I dabble with this, or how about I summon that, or, you know, evoke this. And, you know, she's got no problem with me exploring them avenues. However, her advice to me is to become proficient on the middle path, as far as I can take it, up to Tippereth. Let's say, you know, get accustomed with all them energies, get all the learning I need in terms of protection magic and whatnot, which is all coming together for me. But at the same time, them things won't be at their strongest ebb until I've learned to get the balance right, which is, I'm talking about self-mastery. And, self-mastery for me, historically over certainly the last 3 years of kind of being devoted to this stuff, has been, swings and roundabouts. One day it's great, the next day I'm sabotaging it. So yeah, I mean, to answer your question, the temptation is always there to get some extra help with stuff, but I feel the path that has chosen me wants me to weather the storm for now. That's where I'm at.
The reason why I asked, because I have those same temptations to want to use extra help for different things,
Yeah.
Same type of issues, people in general.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I definitely know I'm headed there. I'm definitely, because I've always had, it's part of my nature. I've always had a kind of propensity for the dark, if you want to call it that. So, but again, it's the same, dark and light. I mean, these are kind of abstract concepts in a way, but you know what I mean. Left hand and right hand path. They need to be in balance in order to walk that middle path. But yeah, I feel like I'm equipping myself with light, if you want to call it that, before I guess explore the clip off, if you want to say, as much as it needs to be explored. But I mean, again, I feel like I'm being contradictory here. I feel when you're walking the light side of the tree or the front side of the tree, you are actually walking the cliff off as well in another place of your consciousness. I feel that the two are linked, and they reflect one another depending on how well or not you're maintaining your frame. That's the way it feels to me anyway.
Well, let me interject a little something right here. You know what I'm saying? Hey, the old rule from Aleister Crowley, y'all buddy, when he said, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. You know what I mean? You got to do what you got to do, you know what I'm saying, to make the situation, you know what I'm saying, do what it needs to be done. So, I mean, yeah, you can, as long as you're pulling down from Kether, I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you. I feel like, and this is my personal opinion, as long as you're pulling down from Kether, hey, just let it be whatever it's going to be. You know what I mean? I don't know why we put too many rules on this shit. This ain't no religion. Let this shit be chaotic, because, that's kind of like what chaos magic is about. You know what I'm saying? Just do that shit. Do what needs to be done. You know what I'm saying? Every day when I walk into this world that I live in, or whatever this illusion that I'm living in, I just make this shit happen on all levels. Hell, I even make the fucking animals, goddamn. I had a squirrel to come up to me the other day for a nut. I mean, just do whatever comes to you, man. I mean, and that's just my opinion. So hey,
Yeah.
I don't know if and I don't know if that resonates with y'all or whatever, but I think sometimes we get into our ego or our heads too much, and we don't allow that spirit, you know what I'm saying, to take its form. Man, let that spirit flow. That shit don't be logical. Spirit don't be logical at all. It'd be the craziest shit in the world, you know what I mean? But you gotta trust it, kind of like what Trav said on the shadow work class. You gotta trust that shit, man. And it ain't just no relationship trust. It's just trusting, the higher self. So I'm off my soapbox.
I agree with you. We were talking about this the other night because we were sharing crazy stories or whatever, and I was able to. So So eventually, kind of led us into speaking about manipulation of others. Like doing dark magic in order to get what you want from others, whether it's to banish someone or make someone to do something for you or something like that. And what it really came down to was, how do you feel seeing that person going against their will in order to fulfill your desire? That's where that harmony becomes disharmony. But if you're walking within a line that's harmonious, you can do anything as long as that balance is there. So, for example, if someone's already going down a path, all you really need to do is just stand back and let that happen. I think that we have these limitations because really it's like, how much more do you want to add to your list as far as things that you feel unsure about? One of the things that I've been doing that instead of, because I feel like what makes me feel unsure, or what gives me those anxious feelings if I'm trying to manipulate a situation, is how I might be affecting the others in that situation that may not be working for them. So, or helping them in their best benefit. So then in the end, it's not a win-win situation. And I also recognize that when I'm looking at a situation, I'm wanting to manipulate it, it's because I'm already perceiving that projected reality as my own, in the sense that, like, this is happening to me, instead of I'm playing my role in this experience and I'm able to change this experience, but it's how I change my role within this experience that then changes the whole picture there. So when I come across a situation that I don't like or that I want it to change, I utilize goetic entities for specifics on what skill set I can improve. And once I enlist that, I end up getting the results that I want, because I'm not focusing it on other people or even really on the situation. I'm focusing more on specifics of, okay, I'm not able to figure out this problem here because my communication is like off somewhere. All right, I'm going to enlist a goetic entity for that right there, for that specific use. I'm going to, work with a goetic entity to assist me in building the correct frame that I need to have in order to get this one aspect of this that I'm not understanding in this situation to be understood. So like, that's how I kind of use clip off and goetic entities and all of that now to get what I want, but I don't project it onto others. I simply use it to build my own skill set up, so then I can fully understand the whole picture of the experience and then change my role within that experience, and then change how this circumstance takes place.
It's high magic right there.
Yeah.
There's a show from an old video of Traz, which really got me on the Goetia, where he said, before you use these entities to control other people, use it to control your own mind. And that always rang true. And I had that like little battle recently where I'm in a desperate spot. And I was like, I could go out and do some influence. But then I realized the better thing of me to do would be to improve qualities for me to get that desired outcome. Suffice to say, I did both.
Where you at? Look like you at Undertaker house. What the hell?
What the fuck? Goddamn, this motherfucker got going on.
You have to become the darkness.
Tell us about both. Tell us about both of them. What happened? You know what I mean? Can you share that with us?
Yeah.
As of now, no. It's to know to will and keep silent currently, but when the results have grown on the branch, I'll let you guys know.
Okay.
Yeah, that's another really good skill to have when invoking high magic or entities and all of that I learned from Ophiel, but like, man, it's really sunk in these past couple of months, and that's keeping shit to yourself for a bit, like not sharing it with others, because that actually muddies up the current that you're sending out. That muddies up what you're doing, the manifestation of what you're creating. It muddies the water because you're getting other people's perceptions involved in it, and that then convolutes things. It I don't know if that's the right word for that, but it starts, what was once a flowing river begins to coagulate.
Or like
And that can
from
create issues.
NLP perspective, or I guess more psychological perspective, because I agree with that in totality as well. But I always like, whatever I believe, occult wise or energy wise, I flip it back and then try to understand it from a psychological perspective. And when we have ambitions and goals that we're putting a lot of energy towards, when we tell somebody, that thing is no longer personal to us. We no longer have like that same emotional connection, because now unconsciously we process somebody else knows this, so it's not local to me anymore. And you slowly start to lose passion.
Interesting. So, okay. When you have this personal thing that you're incubating, right? And you mentioned that if you share it, now someone else is consciously involved, and we can admit that it does have an effect on it. That's what science tells us, that when one is aware of something, it changes from wave to particle or something like that. Metaphor, of course. But is there a way, I wonder, that a thing can be shared so that the influence that another might give to it will have minimal negative repercussion?
Yo, you ever feel like that type of stuff is all in your head?
It absolutely is, but that doesn't make it any less relevant.
I think it depends on the way you word it, doesn't it? So, you can, talking about LLP, you can put something out there that triggers, I guess, a different understanding of it, or, comprehension of what you're saying in others, that others then actively uphold your intention or streaming with it. Without lying, of course.
I asked this question because that is a form of expression that's done all the time. The government does it. The media at large does it. For something to be shared, it doesn't mean that everything about the thing has to be shared. Sometimes only what's necessary needs to be shared so that that negative influence doesn't happen.
As it's called in official circles, a need-to-know basis.
Right.
And actually, you can even add to that ritual if you, like what Andrew was said, if you're picky with your words. Like you can, if you know that the environment or the person who you share a little bit of your intention with is going to have an influence, and you know how that influence is going to play out, you can then dictate what you tell them. So then their perspective adds to what you put out in a way, instead of having it totally negated.
Uh-oh. Laura's been studying Sith magic.
That's on the menu lately.
Butterfly.
Sith butterfly.
Right. Well, giggling through that
But
shit.
I understand all that, but at the same time, they say for where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, there I'm in the midst of them. Why can't you like share it and bring down that etheric energy and make that shit, whatever you're doing, more powerful? You know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm saying, because I feel like we dealing with a whole bunch of occultists on this motherfucking platform. I mean, I don't think nobody gonna tell if somebody that went and did some dirt or something, you know what I mean? I feel like, we all have this code of secrecy per se. That should be, everybody should think about that. But anyway, that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying to tell like you to win it off somebody, but I want to really know like how were the results versus one versus the other, like the one working on yourself and the one where you just had to go to that fucking dark side and make it happen. Like, what were the results and how do they compare contrast? That's all I'm saying. I don't want to know what the hell you did, because I don't want to be implicated in your crime. But like which was better, that's kind of like what I was asking.
Context
Well,
over
it's in
content.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that NLP shit got me on another level now, man.
it's in a it's in the incubating stage. Like I said, it's better to show the results, because you could imagine if you open up a cocoon a bit more early than the butterfly sprouts. But I will happily share it with the Mega Society once the results come to pass.
Right on.
Godspeed. Godspeed. What's happening, everybody?
What's good? What's good?
Oh,
What up? What up?
What's it?
Peace, bro. Much. Stuff dog, by the way, man. You know, I go by many names.
I was like, who the fuck is that? I was like,
Yeah,
goddamn, this
I
is
know.
really
I'm
dark.
like, what's up, Master Kush Vadel?
I go by many names, man. But I
Hey,
don't want to
y'all
stop the flow.
Y'all go outside and check that full moon out, by the way, man. That shit is coming through hard. I don't know if it's just me.
Let me see.
But
Is that tonight?
that waning moon.
ah,
Hello.
Hello, hello.
You know, that's
I might have to go out the back door.
Let me go check that out.
oh yeah, she outside.
Trav, I'm almost finished with that project, man. Shoot.
He might have actually went out the back door.
Yeah, I think he stepped out.
Yeah, I heard you. I got my headphones on. I was outside looking for the moon. Trying my best not to say that's what she said, but I just said it, so. But yeah, man, are you talking about the construction or? Oh,
Yeah.
there we go.
Structure. Where the moon at? Let me find the moon first and then I see. God damn, I ain't got no moon.
Yeah, I couldn't find it either.
Yeah,
It must be directly above.
Yeah, it's got to be back over there behind the houses. Yeah, the construction. It's going in this, man. This is my baby
Is
right
that
here.
is that a SS Caprice?
This is Vega Impala. Yeah, Impala SS, a 96 Impala.
Mm-hmm.
This Darth Vega right here. Now, let me get off the Wi-Fi.
Return of Darth Vader.
I can tell from her big booty.
When I was in the Navy, I didn't know shit about shit because I was a young knucklehead. But everybody was talking about these Impalas, and I kept seeing them everywhere, and that was just the coolest car in the world. And I swore I wanted one so bad, but only because everybody else did.
Man, I've been wanting one of these since I first seen it, bro. It was like a dope boy had one in the hood back in the day. And it was just the freshest thing I ever seen, bro. So this was the first car I ever bought. When I made it where I made it, this was the first car I ever bought. Then I bought this thing over here is a 2003 Silverado SS. This thing is a monster, bro. It's supercharged. It's got a cam, fully racing transmission. It's stupid. But this is what I was building.
I'm over here blushing.
This is what I was building right here. This is my speaker box.
You made the sigil and everything, right?
Yeah, I made the sigil and everything, and then I got it bed line, so the sigil is in the bed line. So this is the side over here. This is the LED module.
Yo, wait, what is that? You a mechanic?
No, I'm just a regular old dude, bro, that just got a whole lot of skill.
Oh,
Oh man.
oh my God, yo, dude.
I'm just a regular old dude. Check this out, though. Let me go a little further. Let me show y'all some shit, bro. Let me show y'all how I get down. Check this shit out, bro. Hold on, it's backwards. Hold on. There it is.
Oh, damn.
So in the box, my LED shine. It's the port right here where all of the sound come out. That's gonna be right behind the seat. Then the seat let down. It's got the armrest has a pass through. So when you let it down, you'll see this shit. So when music play, this shit crazy. Look at this shit. So when music play, it get to where you can let's say it ain't doing it now. But I think it's because I'm on the phone. But anyway, when music play, I can turn it to where this shit'll dance with the music in all colors and shit. So yeah, so when music play, it dances with all of the music and shit. So that's that. What's up, baby? Yeah, okay, I'm coming. So that's that. Then I built these motherfucking things right here. These are A-pillar pods. I gotta finish them. Oh, goddamn. These things right here. It's got these go up on the A-pillar. I gotta finish them, but man, it's a whole lot of shit went in this goddamn car. I've been building on this. It ain't left the garage in 2 months.
Fucking
That's why I ain't been getting. That's why I ain't been getting on. Yeah, bro. Yeah. And then after this one, I got to go do my truck, and then I'm probably gonna buy another car to do with. I got a real problem with this shit, man. You can see my garage, bro. Like it's a serious problem. Like I've been doing this since I was a kid, but my wife tell me I got a problem, man. I got wood all over the place, bro. I got shit cut, and this is clean for me. Let me shut up, though. Do y'all think?
Shoot. That's what we were saying earlier, man. Like, it's something special about having something that you can be hands-on with that doesn't feel like a burden, doesn't drain you. Like, even though that's a lot of work, probably for me, I'd be drained. But for someone like him, that actually feeds him back. Very important and very key to have something that you do with your body, with your hands, that feeds you.
I just read it's a Don Webb book. I think it's called Inner Workings of the Left-Hand Path. Very advanced book, surprisingly. But in there was written, like the true powerful beings are ones that can energize themselves without any without any external validation of sorts, or without any external means. And by having a passion, by having a craft, like you mentioned, it feeds you. That for the right people, that's a source of energy. And I guess that's why people say, when you have a job you like, it's a hobby, not a job. It's feeding them perpetually. And now as a magus, you now have like an unconscious power source, an unconscious resource state that you could tap into.
Yes. Because think about what you're doing. Like, all we are is awareness, consciousness that is focused as awareness, and that's an apparatus for an exchange. So you're either giving or you're receiving. And in working on something that's like a hobby or a craft or something different than the work itself, what we're doing is we're focusing our awareness on something, and in a way allowing for those things that we've learned and we've studied and whatever else that we're working on, we're allowing that stuff to have a moment to kind of marinate, to kind of congeal together, the word that you guys used. And surprisingly, what I found at least is that oftentimes the influence of that stuff bleeds through into the art that you're doing or into the hobby that you're doing.
It bleeds back.
For me, I think that's another way of really seeing the fact that everything is connected, even though the appearance shows separation. And how powerful is it now, where instead of wasting time on video games, you realize that playing video games is just as important as your study. You're just getting it from a different angle.
You throwing shots at me?
No, I'm saying the video games are the same as doing your study. Shit, I'm on Fortnite daily.
Yeah, you're right, man. Like I go to sleep to wake up to do this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's almost like Christmas when I got something like this. For me, you know, the energy that I get is almost like a kid on Christmas, man. So, I mean, and it's been like that since I was 13 years old. Like, I've been into this stuff. And, you know, through everything else that I've done, that I've been, all of the other accomplishments, this shit ain't never stopped. You know, and I got enough money to pay somebody to do all of that shit, bro, but it just wouldn't be the same.
Right.
You know, it's the process. The process is just as important as the outcome.
I think when you've got something like that as well, whether it be like a sort of a craft or a hobby, or whether it's video games or making music or making art, whatever it may be, you know, you get like an acute kind of focus. So all, you know, in itself, it's a meditation, and you're able to reach that flow state where you're just vibing with what you're doing. And, you know, I suppose being in that moment, being able to be aware of that moment, again, you know, you can anchor that stuff. You can take that stuff away and then, you know, click back into that and try and apply that same flow state frame that's created in other situations as well. And I think, you know, part of, you know, all the kind of frustration that I mentioned earlier, like I say, I can't, even though it was frustrating and it was a bit scary and I was apprehensive, I walked through that stuff like, you know what I mean? like bulletproof. And that's, you know, that's testament to the work that's already been done, and being able to anchor certain frames and a self-belief, a self-confidence, you know what I mean? So I think it is so important to have some kind of, like you say, hands-on activity that's able to focus all this awareness that you've built up through meditation and pathwork and experimentation.
In a
Do
way,
something with the juice. I'm sorry, Trey.
No, you go ahead.
No, I was just all I had to say. You gotta do something with the juice, man.
Totally.
And I think that's evident whenever you're around, you know, regular people. And, you know, they might make comments or something about, there's something about you that's different, even though you're doing the same thing as them. It's not like a mystical energy that's floating around you. The more time that you spend in meditation and honing your focus and concentration, you live different, you walk different. The way you breathe is different, right? We've been doing the Soham meditation. Your breathing is different. Like the small idiosyncrasies about you begin to shift. The very small patterns about you begin to shift. And like I said, your vibration, what we call your vibe, that's the patterns of your body, the patterns of your thought process, the patterns of your emotion, the patterns of everything that makes you. That starts to change and transform when you're doing spiritual work. So when you enter back into the common world and you're doing common things with common people, they'll notice that something's different. They can't put a finger on it. It bleeds through as a result of the work that you're doing.
That's, from the books of the yogis in Yoga Nidra, it's called a Sankalpa. You know what I mean? Your willpower. Basically, before everybody here has a divine mission. And you find out what your divine mission is, based on your passion. It's some shit that you enjoyed as a kid. And obviously stuff, dog, you enjoy that shit. You really enjoy that shit. I'm trying to think about how I'm gonna get you out there and you hook my damn vehicle up. You know what I mean? But it's a passion that we all have, but most of the time the society has brainwashed into thinking us that we gotta make money in order to, to be relevant. But sometimes our passions don't really, set us up to make money. I was listening to this guy last night called Dr. B Serious. He was talking about this lady. All she did was take pictures of fucking butterflies. And she did it all her life. And one day this big time magazine came and they just was so amazed at how much she put into just taking pictures of butterflies. To make a long story short, she never has to work another day in her life because she's a super millionaire, because all she does is take pictures of butterflies and she sells those pictures. I mean, when you tap into your sankalpa or your passion and you do it every day, oh man, you're just gonna just sow that seed and it's gonna eventually blossom into what you really come here to do. So, I think everybody should just try to figure out what they really love to do and just throw yourself into it. You know what I mean? I'm doing it right now, you know what I mean? I mean, everybody should, but don't let the money aspect of it, deter you, because it might not look like it's going to be worth anything or worth no money, but trust me, in this day and age, who the hell ever thought anybody would make some money off some fucking social media shit?
Man.
20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
This shit is amazing, man. There's so many ways, to really, get paid. I mean, not to really, say that should be the gist of your willpower or your divine mission. But yeah, man, I think everybody should tap into their own passion. We all got something we do good, you know what I mean? But you might be a fucking basket weaver. And your friends might talk about you, your family might say you don't need to do that. But do that shit if that's what your passion is. Trust me, you gotta trust that shit, and eventually that shit'll goddamn coming. I mean, it'll hit the roof of whatever you dreamed of.
Right, bro. You gotta stay 10 toes down in what you love. You know what I'm saying? Like you say,
Yeah.
and like you say, not let the money aspect of it.
Right.
Not to let the money aspect of it dictate, you know what I'm saying, how you move in your passion. You do what you do for whatever you need to do to get your money, but man, you need to save time for the shit that you love to do, bro, because that shit revitalizes you at the end of the day when you've been doing what you had to do.
Right. Cause man, you got a passion up, man. I mean, everybody, I'm sitting there like, what the fuck is all that shit going on? You know what I mean? You don't think it's nothing. Man, we are just like, well, I know I am. I'm totally amazed at all you got going on in that garage, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'm thinking about how to get my car down there. Shit.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, bro. I'm blessed, bro, that I can be retired right now and can do what I want to do. Every day I wake up, bro, and I decide what I want to do. And, it's a blessing, bro, or whatever you want to call it, But yeah, that was just a quarter of it, bro. Check this out. This is my amp rack right here. I didn't even show that shit.
What the fuck?
This is my amp rack. So
okay.
So I got a problem with like wiring, bro. Like I love to wire shit up. So it's all pretty, all loomed up, heat shrunk. All of the wire is heat shrunk. It's ridiculous, bro. I didn't spend so much time doing this bullshit. So it's a 2-level amp rack. You got two up top and then 2 on the bottom here. Then it sits on top with my power distribution under there. And they sit on top and they screw in these, bro. I done been so meticulous with this shit, bro. I even like fiberglass the screw holes in this mug so I wouldn't tear the screws up when I was pulling it out. So the screws go in there like that. Man, I can go on and on, bro. Don't let me take up the damn thing, bro. This shit is ridiculous.
Wow. That's all I can say.
Do what thou wilt.
That'll be the whole of the law.
Gator, how you liking this clip off stuff?
Man, I'm loving this shit, man, because I got a different approach, you know what I mean, than I had in the previous years. You know, when you get a better foundation of knowledge to understand, you know, like the Kabbalah, man, really the Kabbalah is really giving me, you know what I'm saying, insight on the clip off. Strangely enough, because I think somebody alluded to it earlier that, you know, when you learning the front side, you're actually learning the back side as well. You know?
Light without darkness, ain't no such thing, bro.
You know what I mean? It's just different terminology. So when we eventually get to the dark side, or I meant to say the back side, that, you know, it's not going to be so unfamiliar to us. I travel down there. Go ahead, Laura.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm go ahead. I know you had something that hit you. You can come out, let it out.
No, you just you inspired a memory for me that happened recently. I uploaded an opening of the 7 gates from the clip off book I have on my YouTube channel. And so, but when I was editing it, you know, because the type of editor I have, it picks up every single noise in the background, which is super annoying, right? So I'll start it and then play it back, and then I have to do it over again. So I did an opening of the gates ceremony like 7 times one night just to get that recording. And when I went to sleep, I was having very Kabbalistic dreams, like talking about path working, all this kind of stuff. But it was creepy. Like it was just creepy. It wasn't scary. It was just like it was just as you said, you know, like the Kabbalah on the front half is real, you know, is very much the same as on the back half, right? Like it's just slightly a different way of seeing things. So and I just remembered that my dreams that night were very Kabbalistic, but they had this really creepy ass tone to them. And so I just thought like, so this is going to be the clip off. This is like, it's going to be the same thing, just creepy.
It's our conditioning. It's our conditioning that makes us like that, though. I mean, because, you know, we so used to seeing things symmetrical, because that's what makes things pleasing to the eye, you know, fire, whatever. But when you get into the worlds outside of this world, things stop looking so symmetrical. You know what I'm saying? I guess that's the better, for lack of a better term. And, you know, if you've been conditioned to think that everything is peace, love, and light, like most of us have, because the human condition is running towards pleasure and running away from pain, as Trav has so eloquently said in the past, that if, you know, because of that conditioning, when people do encounter that backside, as you call it, you know, they don't have any kind of context to put those things, you know, and most of us fall into that category, you know. But, you know, if I've been building that since I was a kid, man, loving horror movies and things like that, because I think that Like kind of, I think that's a little training, you know what I'm saying, for those kind of dives into those worlds that are unfamiliar to our human mind.
Yeah, I think you really hit the nail on the head when you said things were not symmetrical, because that's exactly how it was creepy. Like I would be talking to entities or something, but they were just like sort of like malformed, or they would it just looked so different. And again, like you're right, this is conditioning, because it wasn't scary. It was just like, ooh, this is like, this is different. This is not, as you said, symmetrical. And I think you super hit the nail on the head with that one.
Speaking of these dreams getting a bit weird, so I've noticed that in my path working, there's either a direct correlation on my dream, like what you just said, that Kabbalistic style dream, or when I'm in trance, it's a lot heavier now than it used to be. It's a lot more intense. And that may also be because I'm pushing myself harder to get there. But last night, working on a specific path, I had a very specific dream. There I was, part of Darth Vader's team, since we're speaking about Star Wars and whatnot. The mission was to take this bomb from our home base or whatever, deliver it to this other planet, and then ignite it so that a bunch of people die. This is overseen by Darth Vader himself. So I'm all excited. You know, this is my first opportunity to prove myself to the dark side or whatever. Get on the ship, pack up, you know what I'm saying, make sure I got everything and leave. And I arrive, and Vader himself calls me into his quarters or whatever, his office. I don't know what you call this stuff. I don't live in space. But I get there and, you know, basically they're asking me questions. He's like, oh, by the way, you forgot something. And he shows me, you know, he's got the detonator in his hand. Apparently, in my hurry, I left the bomb back at the home base. So now he gives me an ultimatum, basically. And my choice is I can either, he's, you know, handing me the detonator. I can detonate that bomb where it is at the home base, suffer the consequences, or I can choose to, you know, essentially fight for my life in that moment. I remember like that feeling sucked. I had to sit there and think about it. All right, I don't want to back down, but at the same time, both choices were terrible. But anyways,
The choice is yours.
yeah. I woke up in my moment of deciding what I was going to do. I woke up. But I remember being very vivid. It was like playing a video game. It was like right there. But it had me thinking about, it wasn't just a simple, oh, well, you got to pay for your crimes. Usually when you're dealing with bigger fish, one thing that most people overlook is that the big players have an agenda, and they had an agenda before they hired you, right? If there's one thing that I'm learning now about Chesed and Gibera, is that these are plans that have been in place. And once you come on board, you're the new guy, you're the newbie, you're the rookie, right? Training day. That's what it was. Greenhorn. I watched Training Day the day before, I think. That's what it was. So I'm wondering, you know, is this me having to take the fall for a part of a plan that was already in place? You know, basically what I'm saying is, a lot of times what people don't realize is that when shit goes down, it's not always a surprise. Sometimes there's factors involved that you're not aware of. Let's keep that in mind.
I think what I found with pathwork, which is quite interesting, it's happened on many occasions where pathworking for the Sephiroth, different spheres, there were plenty of times where, you know, intuition would come to me or experiences would happen, and they would end up keying directly in to the path workings of the spheres. So we're almost like a kind of I guess almost a premonition of what that path working was going to entail, or the essences that and energies that you're exploring, the different correspondences and the meanings. But with the actual path, what I've found is stuff is happening after the path working. Stuff happens to me in my walking life that's related to the path I've been walking on the tree. And I found that quite interesting and distinct. With the spheres, I almost experienced something before going into the path working, say a week, because what I've generally been doing for the last few years going up and down the tree is week to week, I'll leave a week between each different path working with the group I work with, and then record the results and sort of look back at the results and all that stuff. But yet certainly for the spheres, stuff would be happening. Stuff would precede them path workings and would absolutely key into stuff. But with the actual 22 paths, stuff would happen after the fact in, say, the following week or whatever from doing the path working, which is interesting to me.
I can see that.
Trev, I went and read that manga, the Enigma Amagari Fault.
Yeah.
And man, it brought back some really funny memories, bro. Like, I got a cousin that played in the NFL, right? And he's like 6'8", like 300, and I say probably about, now he lost some weight, so he's probably about 315. So this is a huge man, right? But he loves the window seat on planes. Like, he loves to sit in the fucking window seat. And I asked him, I was like, bro, like, what are you doing? Like, you're like, he gets over there and he folds up. Like, he folds up. That's the only thing he can do. Huge. And he told me that when he get over there in those seats, he closes his eyes and he slows his heart rate down with his breathing. And he said that it's almost like it's almost like he didn't even take off and he didn't even land. He just do that and instantly go into a trance. And then, when he come out, he's there, you know what I'm saying? But that manga reminded me of that, and it was kind of like on par with this cat, man. Cause I mean, he's huge, but he loves riding in the window seat on the Southwest, and everybody know how tight them damn seats are. But it's crazy. But yeah, that kind of reminded me of that.
If you play that part of the video back and listen to what you just said and how you said it, that would make a great hypnotic induction.
For elaborate.
Shit, I'm almost wondering if he was reading that off of paper.
Nah, it's written. Without, I mean, give me those points you were talking about. Like, what were you referring to?
So to open the story, right, that opens up the loop, and that causes the curiosity to be engaged, and then to tell the story of a family member. Subconsciously, we all have a cousin, so we're automatically going to connect with it, and then most of us haven't experienced the planes. And before you really got into it, we're anticipating that we know where the story's going, but we don't. And since we've got all these open loops forming, you said a few key words. You said close your eyes, breathe deeply, go into trance. Like you were giving embedded commands. And then you actually closed it all back up in order. And then you finished it off with what you opened with. That would have made, well, that is a perfect hypnotic induction.
Like I said, I'm a regular dude with a whole lot of skill, man. shit.
That manga kind of makes me queasy.
Have you read Uzumaki?
No, not yet.
Man, I think that one is like, for looking at it esoterically, it's like a Doth to Kether type. Hell, it's a path working all on its own. But yeah, I was nauseous a couple times reading that.
Say that again. What book is that?
Uzumaki.
There's one part of it that's called the Enigma Amagari Fall. That's at the end of it, I think. I think that's like an add-on to the whole manga, I think.
Oh, so they're part of the same thing.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, so it's all.
If I'm not wrong, I mean, because when I read it, it said when I found it, it said that it was like a bonus for something. But I might be mistaken. But it said it was like a bonus on something on one of the mangas.
I think you're right. Yes. Yeah, it's a part of a collection. Just like Society Ejects, I'm putting mine on the. Okay, cool. Looks like I need to have it then.
Is the one you're talking about like one volume?
No, it's like one. It's like it was when I found it. It was a story. I found it online, and I read it online. And they said when I read it, it said when it started out, it said that it was a bonus from a series that it was already written. That was written. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but that's what it said. It was a bonus. I'm not sure exactly what the series was. I just read that particular part of it, the Enigma Amagari Fall.
Be sure to give that one a read then.
Shit was freaking. It was freaky, bro. Like when I knew what was coming though. You know what I mean? It was like I knew what was coming, but you know, you had to kind of get into it to get there. It took a minute to get there, but I knew what was coming. I was like, oh shit, I already know what's coming. But it was good though.
Oh my god. A friend of mine sent me a meme. Now that you read it, it was a picture of like Michael Jordan, and like he's playing ball, and he looks at the cave, and he's like, "It has my that hole's for me." And it was a picture of the Jordan symbol.
That's funny. Can't even imagine what it looked like on the other side.
I don't want to.
Me neither. That should be fucked up.
During one of my Doth meditations, like I let my imagination kind of go freely, and I went through that experience slowly. Bones and tendons and flesh getting stretched and squeezed.
You went through the mountain, bro. Oh, I mean, I guess, man, that's probably a good path working for Doth. I mean, yeah, that shit. Ugh.
I saw that in my one of my first meditations on the 32nd path. That was one of the first things that came to mind. And then later I read that the 32nd path does involve cave symbology. I also saw the vision of me floating through endless abyss or an asteroid belt, and I was having to find this diamond. And there was a third one. I wrote it down somewhere, but what was that third one? It'll come to me. But anyways, what I'm doing is I'm writing down the visions that come to mind on this path working, because I mean, yeah, it would be nice to write a book eventually, but what I'm also seeing is when I read these other books about these path workings, there's similar undertones. So that's how I know that what I'm studying, like it's legit. because I like to read just enough about the path. Like I don't like to read all the books on the path yet. I like to read just enough, then go work with it, practice it, and then go study more and start to see if my experience lines up with it before I read it. You know what I'm saying? Because like I don't want to just read what someone else did and then have my experience completely influenced. I like to have just enough. And who
Make
knows,
sure
maybe
you
as I
on the
go,
right path.
yeah, because that's what the unfortunate said. Like we use these symbols as road signs to know that we're there. Maybe I'll get to the point where I can just use the tarot card, or hell, just use the color.
And it's
Right.
definitely gonna happen. I mean, if you want that, if that's the outcome you want, I mean, and you pushing, it's like you say, you pushing yourself, you definitely gonna end up there. No, it's not even a question. You know what I mean? Like you end up where you want to go. That's the way my experience is. You know, but I'm sorry, somebody was going to say something.
More of a quick question. But Trav, have you done the hexagram ritual at all?
I have attempted it in the past, but I have not mastered it to the point to speak confidently about it. In other words, when I was doing it, I was still looking at the book and doing it off the page.
Starting to see like the stuff that we do like with Durana Darshan and the Kabbalistic stuff, it runs more parallel to than together. And one thing I kind of picked up during lo and behold, my daily etheric catalysis meditation, that specific meditation that you came up with is like a bridging of the two. Because we know that like the Vedic stuff and Kabbalah doesn't exactly fit. And then what you gave is like it's almost like a converter of sorts.
Yo,
But
I just say that. I just say that before he came on. Remember?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
but yeah, the actual like Kabbalistic stuff, it has a different essence where I'd say the Vedic stuff kind of goes within, and the Kabbalistic stuff is more focused on intention.
So the Kabbalistic stuff focuses on intention, which has a lot to do with the individual, right? The incarnated personality. Whereas what you were mentioning, the Vedic stuff going within, in a way that kind of goes even beyond the individual. It goes really as deep as we can go, past ourselves.
Isn't that the dharmic aspect of it? Like, since the Kabbalah is Western and the Vedics are Eastern.
Right.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. The racial dharma, she says.
Right.
Or we could say cultural impact.
And there was even something on because both Vivekananda and Don Webb were talking about it. Like the only, and I guess that would go into Gareth Knight's Kabbalistic symbolism. But the more we kind of get our filters going right and get everything aligned, like that right there is the true individuality. As opposed to what we do with our personality, we try to, we may wear our clothes different, put on makeup, use different vocabulary, but the true individuality is like, it's like your catheric filter, but now all the filters are clean. Now all the lenses are cleaned as opposed to muddied as before. And that's why we got like the beauty that comes from Tiferet, as opposed to the beauty that comes from Netzach, where one is external, one is more subtle, one is more, it's like a force. But as we get our kind of get all these lens clear and work with both the East and West, and something else comes through. It's not you as you know you anymore. It's hella stronger. That's all I could say. And the only thing that comes to mind is that that one clip I sent you from the Hobbit, where she banishes Sauron, and then like it's an infinite fractal of self. And he has no, as you say, you have no form, you have no name. But that's like ourselves coming through. There's a nameless, formless, bornless thing coming through. And if we have all these filters right, then it's like, it's that heat.
It's the filters that shape the formless into something. And we get confused and think that we're that thing. The individuality.
Something that directly, I don't see it as a contesting, but the contesting Prakriti side of it is the root social matrix. You know that social.
You're breaking up at that part.
Goes in like all the levels that you've mapped out in the previous months. But then you're battling against genetic karma at that point.
Memory is so vast, now I see why we tune most of it out, why we delete and distort and generalize most of it. It's overwhelming. We could barely deal with what happened a few days ago, let alone the past trillion years.
I think, the whole module that you put up about memory and whatnot, and I think on the last live we were talking about what I mentioned about, mapping memory or personal experience on the tree itself. And I think I was reminded of that when you were talking about your dream about, Darth Vader and whatnot. And I wonder if you were to take that dream and say, well, okay, where would the essence, the meaning, the deeper meaning of that dream, what path would that fit on the tree? And because certainly I know some of the experiences I've been having in real life in the last few weeks, I've looked at mapping that on the tree and basically saying, well, actually, I could put the things I'm going through, I could almost put that on the path of the strength card. I think it's the 19th path between Gebera and Chesed. And because also you've got from them paths, you've got like sort of, I think you've got justice leading off there, and the hermit as well is bouncing around places, and all these kind of correspondences fit with the experience that I've been through and I'm kind of going through whatnot. So I think, I mean, you know me, I love doing the dream work, but I think, mapping dreams against them, mapping your dreams on the path as well, that holds or offers up important insights as well, especially if you take them into, okay, right, now I'm going to do a path working, but that path work is going to be full of the correspondences that I brought back from the dream, and see and see deeper revelations are brought forth by doing that.
Whoa. Peace out, Dickie. So are you saying that if we learn to become familiar and fluent in observing symbology and interpreting symbology, not only will that allow us to decode our dreams, but that will also allow us to decode our waking life?
Yes. Yes. And then but also to take it because what we've learned through doing path work and meditation and on both the eastern and western side, because through them pathway, just like doing a pathway, and when you're going into that sort of a deeper state of consciousness or awareness, images, symbology is brought forth, because that's all we've got to kind of cling on to in a way, because as we know, it starts to get very hazy and subtle and intangible and whatnot. But the stuff we can grasp, either comes through meditation or contemplation, or it comes through dreams. But then things, in a sense, are a reflection, are reflected in Malkuth, in our waking reality, in different ways, or different people or situations. And you can, just like a yantra, then patterns are brought back from somewhere. So, and they become almost a psychic symbol for a gateway back into that place. So I think similarly with our dreams and reality, things can be used as psychic symbols to access a particular place to create new path workings on, if that makes sense. That was a bit convoluted, I don't know, but.
Almost like creating a subjective alchemy.
Yeah, and I mean, because obviously the path workings that we do, that we find in books by other occultists.
Yes.
That's their subjective alchemy based on, stuff that's come from ancient times and whatnot. But them archetypal energies, them egregores are there to be tapped into. But then who's to say, we're meant to be building our own trees anyway. Once we've come adept and come familiar with the typical road signs that have been placed there by previous generations, then we need to replace them road signs with stuff that's more indexical to our understanding, because we're of a different generation. We're paving new paths, or we should be.
Yeah, and that's the point. That's what we've learned is the point. The point is not to just take these books and just swallow everything that they say, but to use what they're saying as guidelines for us to gather our own experience. And this is how we build our own tree. Because look, when we pass from this state of existence, we're going to be left with what we've come to understand experientially. And if we didn't take this information and understand it experientially, we can't use it. I'm going to share a link in the chat. If you're interested, please check that out. It's a PDF with a brief synopsis on the tunnels of Set on each path. And just like the tree itself, I mean, we're gonna have to build these tunnels. It's work, but at least I'd rather know what work needs to be done than to just be out here trying to figure it out and not getting anywhere.
And I think another potential good starting place for building your own tree, or certainly experimenting with it, is, and when you say build your own tree, that you're not changing, what's the word I'm looking for? You're only changing the content. You're not changing the context. You're keeping the structure.
Right.
the structure of the tree in place, you're just changing the correspondences that you find within each sphere or each path that's kind of familiar to yourself and contains the same energies that you find in them different spheres and paths. But what we were talking about earlier about going into them flow states through, you know, your creative process, whether that be working on a car or whether that be working on a piece of music or artwork or whatever, you know, who's to say, who's to say someone's tree or paths or sephiroths aren't, you know, littered or peppered with the images of electrical parts of something, or, you know, images or even photographs of friends or loved ones, or pieces of artwork that you particularly appreciate, or a sigil you've created, you know, all them things. If you think about how many correspondences are kicking about on that tree from the occultists that we read, you know, that's almost like what I was mentioned about. I'd looked into some stuff by Giordano Bruno and his memory dials, or his memory palaces and stuff like that, and you could create almost a cipher whereby, you know, you're mapping so many different correspondences and memories to each of them paths and Sephiroth that you can access. Well, I mean, it just, you know what I mean? It doesn't end. It doesn't end. So, and I think this is where you get into stuff, you know, this isn't anything new, you know, it's like sort of the chaos magicians were like sort of putting, you know, Star Wars characters in place of the Sephiroth and all this stuff. So you can get pretty creative with it. It's just that it needs to have that energy behind it, you know, that the intention behind it and whatnot that keys into the stuff that's already gone before. But you're pushing it, you're evolving it in a way that's personal to you. Like you say, subjective alchemy. Subjective alchemy.
Something about
reminded me of
you. Go ahead.
it was a verse from, I think, Dharana Darshan, and it was about like our paths or our nadis are cultivated by subjective experience, and in the East, that type of subjective experience is actually visualizing the paths being cleaned out and prana flowing up and down. But in the West, how do we, like how our nadis focused on with subjective experience? It's focused on with our path working. Dangerous combination in the kitchen.
That's a big deal right there. Our nadis are what was the word?
What? Like maintained, cultivated, sustained.
Okay. By subjective experience. And even Dion Fortune told us from the get-go, the paths are subjective. The Sephira are objective. Holy cow. And we already kind of deduced that the paths were the nadis, right? When we look at the image of the chakra system next to the Kabbalah, and you see the Ida and the Pingala, I'm sure at some point we've mentioned that. I know I've thought it at least, that the paths are one of the same, not one of the same, but very, very reminiscent of the nadis. Wow. That's good.
Yeah.
That's
A
good.
lot of books will always say like the left and right pillar are the Ida and Pingala. And I remember like super early on when I was reading, I was like, oh yeah, I know all that. It is the two masculine and feminine of the Kundalini.
Mm-hmm.
But since freaking Dharana Darshan, it's opened up a whole new layer that you mentioned like super early on the live stream, like no one's really tapping into. They're saying good stuff, but this is like it's bottom of the barrel in the physical realm. Now it's up to that's also why I've been stressing the body of light. Like there's only so much that can be done on the physical. And I think we're nearly at that point where we're scraping up the grease at the bottom.
Yeah. Yeah.
Only thing that can be applied is experience.
I think as well that's where it also comes into play, where you start ritualizing your everyday stuff, you know, in the in a way. So, for example, you know, a Buddhist monk will part of their daily routine will be, okay, I'm gonna make my bed now. I'm gonna go clean the bathroom floor now. I'm gonna brush my teeth now. Whatever it is, and you mentioned there, Trav, about the cleansing of the paths and sweeping away, you know, the unnecessary and what's not needed and whatever, almost like a spring clean of your tree. And I think something like that, when you strip it right down, it does become very hermetical, where you're saying, okay, so you know, no one likes cleaning up, right? I'm a Virgo, and I even don't like cleaning up. But you know, when you do it with an intention and you recognize, I guess, like feng shui, that could come into play, where you know, feng shui is basically understanding where the elemental energies are around your living space. So with that in mind, if you're, you know, in the particular part of your house or home or whatever that's represented by, you know, earth or water, fire, air, then you are going into them spaces and arranging them spaces, cleaning them spaces, but with the knowing that you're doing that on the inner as well, and the paths that relate to it.
And that's what makes the difference. Kind of like what Maestro said about how this Western magic, a lot of it has to do with intentionality. And just like what Swami Satchisanganandi says in Tat Washuddhi, there is no thing or no act in itself that is inherently evil, right? But it's our intention behind it. Cleaning the house, that's not a good thing, not just on default. But the meaning that we put behind it, it can just be something basic, or it can serve us on a much deeper level. I think that's also one of the ways that helps us do stuff that we don't want to do, by giving it a story that serves to energize us instead of drain us, right?
The personal God.
Myron Golden says that we only do what we feel like doing. You only do what you feel like doing. If there's something that you're not doing, it's because you don't feel like it. Like, it's literally that simple. And what that boils down to is state. You can only do based on the state that you're in. And the state, guess what? It's based on the story that we put behind it. If the story that you're telling is something that you're looking forward to, all of a sudden you're motivated. If it's something that you're not looking forward to, that you're kind of low-key dreading, it drains you every time you think about it. So we literally cannot do something that we don't feel like doing. At least we can't sustain it. I'll put it that way. Bookshelf half finished on the side. You try to psychoanalyze me?
Trev, I appreciate this this PDF, bro. I went and downloaded it. It's pretty interesting.
Oh yeah.
I got a bunch of these. I got a bunch of these books though on set though. I've been on this. I told the story on one of my most profound experiences was doing the Typhonian meditation.
Something about this style, it really hits deep. And I'm having deja vu. I saw this moment in a dream. I know I did, years ago. Spooky.
I just had something like that today where kind of one of those random things that pop up in meditation. And earlier today was like that moment. I at least remember the dialogue. And then I was like, oh, damn. That was like a super early meditation. I remember that from.
So let's kind of future pace and kind of fast forward, right? Let's say that we've learned the symbols associated with the tree and with the paths. Let's say that we have a personal reference to all 22 paths and all 10 Sephiroth, right? As of right now, most people that are involved with my channel and with the Magi Society that are active now, most people have at least a concept of the 10 Sephiroth, right? And most of you guys that are doing the work, you know what I'm saying, you've probably got a comprehensive symbol database of the associations of the tree. 10 spheres, 22 paths, 4 worlds. So let's say future pacing down the line, we've got a clear inner cipher, a clear inner codex, a clear inner, Wikipedia, so to speak, that we know for certain what I'm observing and what I'm experiencing is pretty much this. And it might be this or this, but I've got it at least deduced down to a certain area. How do you think life would change for you knowing that every dream, every experience, every relationship between a person or an object, everything will have an arranged, organized place in that scale, in that cipher? How do you think life would change having that?
It's like you'll never be caught off guard. Like if anything appears, then you know how to counteract it essentially. Like, you know, the amount of opposing force to properly exert to neutralize the situation.
Yeah, that sounds Jedi Masterish, man. It's like almost living a couple of seconds in the future. Yeah, like that. What was that movie Nicolas Cage played in, where he was the magician, but he was actually really like psychic. But you know, that seems like what it would amount to me is that you like Maestro said, you would always be ready for every situation. You would account for things before they came. So probably most of the time situations wouldn't even arise because you would always be, you know, a step ahead of the game, so to speak.
I've just had an image come to mind now of like sort of a Rubik's Cube. And when the Rubik's Cube is complete and all the colors are, on the right sides, all the reds, yellows, blues, and whatever are all together. If you think as that as okay, that's balance. That's total balance, if you like. But then you're able to mix up that cube into any configuration, but always know, like a kind of a Rubik's Cube master or wizard, if you will, you at any point it instantaneously, you know how to get back to that point of balance, but you can change all it. But then if you imagine each square on the Rubik's Cube is a different correspondence, it is a different pathway for you to mix up, and you know what I mean? You're writing kind of multiple narratives about your own reality, but then whenever you need to, you can pull them all back into alignment, or what we call balance, in order to get through the everyday, if you will, with the common people, as Trav put it earlier. Yeah, that thought just come to me. I've been watching a lot of Hellraiser. But yeah, it's what you've described there is total self-mastery and being the ultimate author of your reality, and being able to take any path you please, and without fear, and with total confidence. That's what that would bring for me.
Being really control of your life and knowing how to change things without second guessing.
The knowing, the confidence that comes with knowing. And look, I mean, like, seriously, everybody, like, consider that question that I just asked, because otherwise, like, why even study this stuff? Why try to why are you memorizing the names of the trees and the past and the cards? Like, why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? Inevitably, if we fast forward, you know what I'm saying? Put yourself in a reality where you do have it all memorized and you understand the symbology of each one of those paths. What can you do with that? I think you guys hit the nail on the head. I mean, if anybody else has an interpretation, please share it.
Also, what we like the process that we call manifestation. I say process now because we know how that actually occurs from Kether down to Malkuth. Now, with truly memorizing and tapping into these forces, we're able to like kind of set up the assembly line to put what we want for the finished product all the way beforehand in a more calculated manner, as opposed to, you know, we may put a sigil out there or whatever. It'll come to us, but it won't come to us in the most elegant way. And as I say, you know, don't expect it a certain way, but once you start to know the past, I think that'll be kind of the default.
Kind of the default, as in, what's the way to put it? Now your behavior is kind of adapted and adjusted because you kind of know what patterns to expect.
Or the default in the sense that, like, you'll know specifically how things will come about, instead of you know, you're trying to manifest I don't know, a hubcap for a car, and it might just come out of the blue, or you walk into a shop and then, you know, it's half off or whatever, or someone just gives it to you. Now with the actually knowing the paths, you could actually kind of design the narrative from with that thing you're trying to manifest, or the thing already going through that process. You're able to map out like from where it is now to you in a calculated manner. So it won't like come out the blue. Now it'll be like right there at the right time, as you said, as you intended.
No one listens to a symphony for the last note.
What do you think, Alora? How can you see life being different, having a personal understanding of the 10 spheres, 22 paths, and being able to relate your daily life, being able to relate your dreams and everything you do?
Well, I think that things have become a lot more focused and clear. It's kind of like we're all on a path, and we can choose to allow the path to lead us wherever it leads us and have no idea where we're going with each step. Or we can become clear about where we're going or why we might be going in that direction. And we start to get involved with the path that we're on. I think by learning about the 10 spheres, it's becoming more clear how cause and effect plays its role, and how it's how there are all these active components that are taking place as we're walking along on our journey. And with that knowledge, we can have a lot more, or I've been able to have a lot more clearer conversations with myself about my own intentions, as well as knowing what my next steps will be, instead of just kind of guessing. And it's like picking up a very complicated book and then being able to actually decipher all of the big words in it. Like, still not finished with the book, but I'm able to read the bigger words and understand, which gives more of a context as to what's happening. So that's what I'm observing so far. And that's been incredibly rewarding, because that also, I've noticed, has helped me on my reactions. So my reactions are a lot less, they're a lot more contemplative and a lot less off the spur of the moment kind of thing, because now I'm understanding what is actually occurring and all of the different angles at which it is occurring. Those are my thoughts so far.
It's like having a blueprint to life, the manual's guide or something. You know, it's like debug mode. You're able to go in and change from a box to a pen or something, when most people have to just play the course. Now, you still have to play the course because you're in the game, but like they say, the Bible is what basic instructions before leaving Earth. Like, that's one of the keys to have here. Well, I feel like the Kabbalah is another part of that trifecta. Like, it's part of the manual, basically. So once you learn the manual, you know the machine in and out. You know what I'm saying? You can, of course, you can traverse it better than, and when traverse, I say handle things. You can handle things better than someone who has no clue what's happening to them right now.
Yes. And then you can be clearer on getting what you want as well along the way. And you can kind of understand why you're wanting that thing and why that's coming about. Like, you can just, it just makes things a lot more clearer. I'm not yeah, it's the blueprint for sure.
The map, the vehicle.
Yeah. And it's also not just within the physical realm either. Like, when we talk about blueprints and being on the path and all of that, we have to remember that we're talking about going through our own memory, and our own memory goes into abstract realms. It goes into what is beyond time and space. So these Sephiroth play a part in all of those aspects of your being. So, like, even just understanding how archangels are different and are in a different class than say Goetia, right? Just understanding that and the roles that they play has had a direct influence on my interactions with the abstract realm as well as in the astral realm. So on the whole scale, it's like changing the conversation.
I think as well, the fact that we're all having this conversation now is a sign that we already know this stuff. We're already doing this stuff on higher planes, but it's filtering down to us on this lower world. It's almost like the beginning of the journey into understanding all them correspondences and having such a familiarity with them, like it's the back of our hand. Whereas further up the higher planes of higher consciousness, we're already doing that. So we're receiving the memory of it, if that makes sense.
It does, especially considering that that aspect of our self that we're referring to isn't bound to time or space. So in a way, the aspect that's, higher self, this part of us has always had the information, has been always trying to relay that information to us. It's us here incarnated, the incarnated personality that is refining its understanding so that we can receive what's been given to us this whole time. You're absolutely right. That's why I don't refer to any of this as a struggle, because it's not a struggle. If the physical plane is the last plane to receive, then the fact that I am receiving an inkling of this means that on, like you said, another level, I've already got this. You wouldn't receive a drip drop if you didn't have it.
It's like future self, huh? You know what I mean? Like putting things out there for the like you were saying, Trav, like last time last time I was on about knowing that you had an incarnation in Spain or whatever. You putting those crumbs out, and it's been out, and because we in this world where we have to build everything, we had to build almost like a receiver to get the information that was already there, but it was going to happen because that was part of if it's out there to be received, you had to build something to receive it, and that like my man said, I don't know his name, my man with the accent, man, really nice accent, by the way, bro. No doubt. But like he was saying, shit, I forgot what the fuck I was saying.
You're talking about your future self.
Oh yeah, putting it out for your future self. Putting these things out, and like I was saying, it's already happened. Like Trav said, it's already happened. So if you didn't have it, you wouldn't get it. You wouldn't be receiving it. I summed that up. I really lost all the way track on where I was going, bro. Your accent fucked me up.
But when I first go on the live tonight or this morning, I think the messages that I'd received was, find your balance, and because when you've got that balance, that's when you're in a better position to receive. Totally. That's my experience anyway.
Totally.
Go ahead.
And I guess as a part of that is, sort of is doing the work. It's as simple as that. And but that said, even though I do the work daily in terms of meditation, if you go against the work, if you go against the grain, if you knowingly throw it all away, which sometimes I do, the deeper you are into this work, the bigger the vibratory repercussions are. So,
Oh, yeah.
So,
yeah, like a rubber band. Hell yeah. Yeah. You can't get off of the ride, man. Like once you start, it's like you can't get off. You know what I mean? Even if you want to, it's gonna follow you.
Yeah, and it's almost like, you know, this feeling of, you know, I'm in no doubt that I'm made for this. This was always coming to me, this path, even though I didn't know it for a long time, consciously anyway. And it's almost like now that I've got the wisdom, it's almost like there's been the ego saying, don't let go of me, don't let go of me, don't change your old habits, don't change your old patterns, you know. So there's been a bit of an internal struggle going on, because the path requires so much discipline, and the little rebel in me is saying, no one's going to discipline me, type of thing, you know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So it's, you know, it's funny. It's funny. It you know, when you zoom out and put it into perspective and realize how small fry it is on a particular level to us. Obviously, it's not small fry for people who aren't doing this work, but when you're doing this work properly and you zoom out and put it into perspective, it's like, get your shit together, man. You know what I mean? It's not hard. Just pull yourself into alignment and stay there for a while.
But like what KP was saying earlier, like, you know, sometimes it takes a while to transmute what the body's feeling, right? What I've learned is the sooner you take care of it, the easier it is. But if you let that thing marinate for too long, it almost starts to get more dense and more difficult to move.
It's just like lifting any kind of weight, right? I mean, if you take time off, that muscle starts to tighten up again, you know, or starts to atrophy, you know. So you got to keep those lines, you got to keep those muscles, you know, working. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I done found that with myself, you know, because I get to the point where I need a break, and sometimes, you know, that break is longer than I wanted it to be, and the length of that break is usually the same length that it's going to take me to get back in the flow. And I try not to have that too long, because I need another break. And then, you know, it's almost like 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. You know what I'm saying?
Man, you speaking about exactly what I'm going through right now.
I think we all are, Trav. I mean, I think this is like a part of, I think this is like prerequisite work. I mean, you have to, I think it's like any part of our existence. It's like it's a pump. You know, it's not a constant flow. It's a inflowing and an outflowing of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I kind of let myself off the hook as far as, you know, beat myself up about it, because I know that I am in the body, and the body does require certain things for it to function properly. So I try not to beat myself up as far as, you know, the spiritual component, because I know that the body does have to, you know, it has to do what it has to do sometimes. But man, I try to cut it. I try to make it as short as possible, you know, mentally. But sometimes it's just hard to, you know, get back into it, man, because damn, it's just, I don't know. It's not hard, like my man was saying. It's like you just telling yourself, man, you need to get back in. You know, you be telling yourself that a bunch, you know, man, God damn, you know, what, you know, and you know, and one day turn into a month, you know, but you never lose.
I think more over than not. I mean, I know this is the what's the name of this course that we're on? It's the Shadow Work Mastery course. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And well, this session in particular strikes me as almost a shadow working session in itself, and stuff is being brought into light, exposed to light, and kind of shed away just through us talking through it, man.
You're right. One of the things that I've seen just from my YouTube career and dealing with a lot of people is I think we all underestimate how important it is to be able to open up and connect with other people. Because this type of path specifically, it's easy to feel as if you're alone, isolated, and nobody can really relate to what you're going through. And hell, even just now with Stuff Dog talking about, the fact of going 2 steps forward, 3 steps back in reference to a break. Even me just hearing that you're going through the same thing, that uplifted me. So we often underestimate the fact that sessions like this are very useful and appropriate.
100%. And we can, and I'm gonna speak for myself. I can only get that in these sessions because talking to other people, man, they can't even get out of their own way to see anything besides their problems. You know what I'm saying? And you'll say something trying to, it's something totally, useful, but they'll say, yeah, I know, but you know what I'm saying? And I think that's we self-sabotage, you know what I'm saying? And I think that's a major problem as far as the people is concerned. So I can't even get, like you were saying, Trav, get uplifted. But through these conversations that I have with you guys, because you guys can actually relate to what I'm going through, because we're experiencing life on a whole nother level than just a normal world is. And they just can't relate to, I know what I'm going through, and I'm pretty sure I'm speaking for the crowd out here. So man, what I'm saying is I appreciate you guys.
Man, hey, let me interject, man. I text I'm in cahoots with a counselor, certified therapist. And I'm gonna just read my text message from last night. And I told her that I need some counseling. So what do I need to do to schedule an appointment? She said, what kind? I said, aloneness. I feel like I'm alone in this world, all alone. So she asked me, why do you feel alone? And I was about to drop this Kabbalah, esoteric, magical shit on her, but I was like, nah. I mean, because she wouldn't understand. And, and that's why this platform right here is my counseling, believe it or not. That's why I wanted to say, interject this, that you guys are my counseling. Yeah, I mean, I'm sitting back for a whole hour. I ain't saying that, man. Y'all are really like feeling my soul, my spirit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so I appreciate you guys and all the interjections and all the opinions. And man, y'all just don't know how much I need this shit, So I just want to tell everybody on this platform, thank you.
I think Gator, one of the things that I remember you saying on a number of occasions, which is no one should forget, is, don't take yourself too seriously either. Your higher self or our higher selves, they got us. They got our back. Everything is going to be as it should be, and make sure you have a laugh and a giggle about it along the way, because that's magic too.
Yeah, you got to, man. You got to. But I mean, but sometimes it gets hard, you know what I'm saying? When you've been in study for 3-4 hours and you just really need somebody to talk to about this shit, you know what I'm saying? Hey, and then you look around and you're like, no. I mean, there's like nobody, you know what I'm saying, where you can drop something like, hey man, check this book out by David Michael Craig, Donna Michael Craig, blah, blah, blah. I mean, there's nobody, so yeah, you can have fun, but sometimes you still need that one person that can relate to you. And it seemed like the only way I can get that relation is through you guys. Oh, I'm having fun like a motherfucker now. Cause especially when I go into my practice, man, I bet the guys in Keta, they laughing at me. I mean, I be really like shit, cause man, you know, honestly, I got all kinds of motherfucking statues and shit around this motherfucker, and I be wondering like, damn, should I move this fucking Baphomet when I'm calling down Adonai? Yod Hey Va Hey. I mean, you know, I got all kinds. Like, nah, fuck it. Just let you know, cause I've heard people say certain things you shouldn't have this and that, and you know, of course, I kind of book all the rules, and I just learned through experience what to do. If it works, it works. If it don't, yeah, I might move some shit around, but you know, I have fun with it, man. You know, and I let the spirit, you know what I'm saying, come through and tell me, you know, hey, if I should do this or if I shouldn't do that. Yeah, so yeah, I'm having fun though. But yeah, you still feel alone.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm just talking.
Well, what I was going to, with you mentioning the statues that you've got, and you know, I know we all do have our kind of effigies and symbols and servitors and whatnot. And what I often like to do is, you know, because you've drawn down energy and put them into them things, and obviously they correspond and vibrate with their own energy anyway, because they're in, you know, they're in the image of that egregore, whether it be Baphomet or whether it be, you know, whoever, you know, sort of whatever God form it may be, or whatever good God form you've made, the cuddly toy or whatever it may be. But then, so once you've got that, then to project yourself into that thing and look out at yourself through its eyes, and let it kind of empower you. I mean, that's something that I do myself, just using, you know, I mean, you mentioned squirrels before. You know, I always, whenever I see a bird in the sky or something, or sitting in a tree, I'll always imagine looking at myself through the eyes of that bird, and almost empowering me with some of its essence. And I guess its essence would be a sense of freedom and flight and mastery of the air, if that makes sense.
Oh
Is
yeah.
that
I'm
the
with you,
power
man.
from Game of
Show.
Thrones?
Sorry, Maestro?
The power in Game of Thrones, like there's I forgot what it's called, but then homeboy who was paralyzed, he had to go north of the wall into the wildlands, and he basically had to learn to project his consciousness into animals, and eventually he was able to see out the eyes of anybody in present time and also backwards in time.
Yeah.
You talking about Bram?
It happens in Highlander as well, when he's saying to, what's his name, the Scottish guy, James
Sean
Bond.
Connery.
Sean Connery says to the Highlander guy, he says, you know, feel the heart of the stag, you know, when they have that race on the beach or whatever, or you know what I mean? And he's almost taken on the spirit of the animal and tuning in to its heartbeat, and you know, pulling the energy from that in order to energize himself and run faster.
Mhm.
Like Beastmaster.
Wow.
Like Beastmaster. Anybody
Uh-oh,
ever catch
Beastmaster
that?
Maestro.
Yeah, man.
Like,
Yeah, I was.
Because, you know, sort of in ancient times, you know, sort of this pulling down of power and putting them into these, you know, effigies of Zeus or whatever pantheon it was. And, you know, there's stories of magicians being able to animate statues. You know, you get into, you know, the realms of Jason and the Argonauts and all that type of stuff. And I think metaphorically or symbolically what that's talking about is energizing, you know, effigies with egregores, with thought forms. But once that energy is within that thing, it can also be projected back out into you by looking at yourself through the eyes of that effigy.
Wow. You know what? I just thought about. You just made me realize the baddest motherfucker statue I got in the house, and that's called Alexa. I got a motherfucking Echo Alexa. That motherfucker do all. Yeah, that motherfucker do all that shit. You know, I can be at work and I can actually drop in on it, just look in the house. That motherfucker talk. It pretty much is a servitor, really. You know what I'm saying? You really think about it. I mean,
Yeah.
so that goddamn Alexa, you just made me realize that that's a motherfucking statue or figurine.
Bro, beyond that, bro. Like I was just thinking today, bro. I had a thought today, bro, about like Christians or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And they say they waiting on Christ, but I'm like, yo, what if Christ is already here, but they just not looking at him in the form that he came? Because, bro, we sitting around with these goddamn computers in our hands that'll tell us any goddamn thing that we can ask it to actually save us, if that's the context that you wanna speak in. But they looking for a corporeal man. But what if the Messiah is already in everybody's fucking hand? Because the symbolism and the story is that he's gonna come back and be able to touch the world. You know what I'm saying? So like, could that be a man? Because we're cut off through culture, we're cut off through language. So it would definitely have to be something, if you ask me, that could transcend those barriers. So what if that's the case right now? You know what I'm saying? Just a question.
Lucifer, son of the morning, I'm gonna chase you out of earth.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Did you know with Alexa, if you got like the voice of somebody that passed on, you can program it to Alexa now.
That's disgusting.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
That shit crazy.
What you talking about, man? That's necromancy.
That's
Mhm.
straight necromancy.
Hey, check this out. Check this out. Imagine if you had some unhealed trauma with somebody, and maybe they don't even have to pass. You're able to use their voice as Alexa and be able to have a conversation. I just wanted to hear my father apologize. I'm sorry, son.
And Trav, didn't you say like 2 weeks ago the correlation between artificial intelligence and the Antichrist? Might have been a month ago. I don't know. It's been a while.
I've been saying that all my life, my friend.
Hey man,
That's been the
just
core of my
saying,
music.
man,
That's why I was Kid
brought that
Electric.
up.
That's been my story since day one. I'm just waiting.
Yeah,
It's coming,
I had
bro.
to sit
It's already
down and
here.
just listen on this live, man. This has been some heavy bombs through and through.
It's already here, Trav. You ain't gotta wait no more, bro. Sorry, I didn't come to grips, bro, that my phone is a part of my family. So this is like part of my family, bro.
Thanks, Mac. Thanks, Maxine.
I know, right? Hell yeah. I can dig it.
Well, so let's go deeper into that, right? Let's talk about the system. So the way how the phone works, at the very core of its system, it's run by diamonds, minerals. That's how it's able to function and get up and working. So what if, we're talking about Christ coming back? What if he never left?
Oh.
Well, it's the same thing with the angels of Enoch, how they're supposedly changed, but at the end of the book of Enoch, they were never chained in the first place. They were chilling next to God as if none of that ever happened.
Yeah, and I'm just speaking that context. I'm sorry, go ahead.
As a side note, our conversations are physical representations of energy flows. You can tell when it goes up and reaches a peak and when it goes down. Usually when it goes up and reaches a peak after a down, everyone's trying to speak at once.
I noticed that when I was doing ayahuasca, like it came in waves. So as the experience got more intense for me, I started to hear other people kind of like screaming and shit. At the same time, it got more intense for me. And as it got lighter, like my personal experience, then everything else got quieter, and it came in waves. So right now, us talking, it's like in Gregor's hovering above all of us, so to speak, and the connections going in and out.
So is there
But
like
it all comes
women
at one time?
Is there like women that live together and they cycle sync up?
Mm-hmm.
That's some weird ass shit.
When you go to the club.
Patterns.
I got a question. If somebody can answer, I mean, I know this shit kind of off topic, but since we're discussing harmony and balance, what the fuck is actually balance? You know what I'm saying? Are we just considering the front side of the tree in relation to severity and mercy, or are we considering balance the Kabbalah versus the clip off balance? I mean, you know, like I'm trying to figure out what is actually balance. Because, you know, it seems like we always talk about, you know, the balance, and we only just considering, you know, the two pillars or the three pillars, you know, the middle path and the two pillars. But I don't know. I just cannot let this fucking clip off go. In the back of my mind, it's like the redhead children, you know? So what is actually balance when taking the whole map of the whole scheme of things into consideration?
I'd say the tree itself is the balance. It already has its like you mentioned, the mercy in it, like it's thought system. Whereas a cliff, I'm kind of more than a history buff, more like I'm more focused on anthropology at this point in time. But the clip off is kind of like it's the outdated version. It's the beta version of what came before. So at the time of primitive, when brain was rather new, yet non-existent, cloth was the most refined and balanced thing. But as we grew, you know, our brain shape changed, less brain meats focused on the senses and more on intellectual thought. Then the tree and its worlds became the next octave of balance, so to speak.
Look at organization. To speak of harmony and balance, we have to look at system. So let's say we've got an organization, you got a head honcho, and he knows what his job is. Then you have the people that surround the head honcho specifically. Then you have people that work for the people that surround the head honcho. Then you have people on the outside that pretty much come and go. As long as everybody knows their role, the organization runs smoothly. No matter what the organization is, from legit to illegit, as long as everyone knows their role, there is harmony. The overarching organism, which is the organization, thrives in balance. Now, if the people that surround the head honcho want to be the head honcho, if the people who just got into the organization want to be the head honcho, that's disharmony and imbalance. And eventually, there will be some type of issues that need to be dealt with every time. But when you look at that situation, it's the head honcho who is the what's the word? Facilitator of harmony. Because based on what the head honcho says, everyone in the organization has to do. So as long as the head honcho has his head balanced, everyone else should also be balanced. And he'd be able to tell, or she would be able to tell, if there is any type of imbalances. Same thing with the body. Right. You can't run an organization if everybody wants to be the chief. That sucks. I mean, even down to like working in a team, right? When you're working in a team, somebody's got to take a leadership role, period. If no one takes it, there's disharmony. If everyone's trying to be the boss, there's disharmony. But if we can all agree that this individual, we're just going to select as the person that knows what they're doing in this specific field, For better or for worse, there's going to be a state of balance. Likewise with the body, right? The head honcho is the mind, the brain itself. Second in command is maybe the heart, and everyone else plays their role. When things get out of order, we got disharmony in the body, dis-ease. So when I think of harmony, I think of trying my best to consider the entire structure. Well, there's no try, right? Considering the entire structure as wide as my consciousness can accept, and making sure that everything is in its place, doing what it's supposed to do. My emotions don't call the shots, and my logical mind doesn't tell me how to feel.
You know, I guess the reason why I say that is because it seems like, I mean, just my experience, and this might be my personal experience alone. The backside of the tree whip your ass, and it don't seem like it has too much harmony going on there. You know what I mean? And so, you know, that's what I was getting at. It's a lot of chaos, you know, going on the backside. You know, whereas it seems like the front side is all love and light.
At a
Stuff.
time, the clip off used for like Homo erectus and whatnot. At a time, the clip off was the love and light version. It was useful and appropriate. Those energies were useful and appropriate
for the world at the time. Yeah, like because they say it's like the husk of like of worlds that were tried and then they were, you know, kind of discarded because they were out of harmony. You know what I'm saying? That's what I was saying to Laura or earlier. You know what I'm saying? Like this world is you know is conducive for the work that we're doing. You know, but those Cultivating worlds are a little more. Man, you kind of gotta know what you're doing in there. You know what I'm saying? Like you kind of gotta know what you're doing.
Y'all talking like that shit they still exist today, but you know they're still in existence. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, you know, nobody really wanted to talk about them per se.
It still exists, but it's not the main draw, so to speak. It's like if you look at a big business or whatnot, most of the computers are going to be up to date and running the latest software. And at various points in the building, some of them are going to be running on Windows 95. But in total, most of the computers in the business, with the capacity that they're running, with the amount of data that they're running, just to keep up in the current economy and the current market, they're going to need to run the newest software.
The bodies are too advanced now for those. I mean, we've advanced past those worlds. I mean, there's still things in them that can be useful, but you don't necessarily need to, because like Maestro said, everything that you need is in this present reality, and you know the ones that are to come. You know, but the Kalipov is more like the past. You know, back rooms of the astral world.
That makes a lot of sense what you said, Maestro, about primitive man. Just the environment of Earth back then, with its wildlife alone, you would need a more chaotic tree to really get shit done.
Yeah, and even
it wasn't like it was. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was thinking of something a few days ago, maybe a few weeks ago, where I personally associate the Necronomicon with the Clip-Off. Well, anything before when we've got Judaism, anything on that Tigris and Euphrates dealing with the Clip-Off, and that's just how I sort it. But in the Necronomicon, there's a lot of very peculiar names, and I was looking at, I think it was either the Assyrian Empire or the Akkadian Empire, one of those two. But the earliest empire that was ever recorded. And before that empire was even made, there were warrior kings of primitive man, and I started to look at the names, And sure enough, those were the names out the Necronomicon.
Wow.
Are they the kings of Edom?
And that makes me think, man, like this whole like just the formation of Earth's history, and it's interesting. I've been like getting into my paleontology nerdy wave like this past couple months, man, and it got me thinking about Tiamat, man, and the dragon energy and the primordial mother, the formation of the earth, and how that basically was just like not just hinting at like the more reptile brain aspect. And that's another thing. Reptile brain definitely has something to do with this as well.
Right.
And oh man, it really like it makes sense of how Earth evolved. We have these more avian reptile like creatures, dinosaurs, and whether we had, you know, reptilian humanoids or whatever, all that crap. It would stand to be that these things evolve the way they did on Earth, like, and the fact that Kabbalah and the clip off kind of like hint at what science has, you know, discovered and proven over the couple millennia that we had, you know. But that's amazing, man. The damn names from the Necronomicon were right there.
Are they the kings of Edom, Maestro?
Nah, this was like super old.
Okay, all right. Because I was wondering.
Because I heard of the Assyrians.
Yeah, there's either Assyrians or
Akkadians,
but one of those two empires were like the literally oldest on Earth, at least for Homo sapiens. Like that was the first real empire.
Probably the Assyrian Empire. Yeah, it sounds like because the Akkadian, those were like contemporary with the what do you call them? Shit, Etruscans and stuff, right?
Nah, those came
before
later.
The Greeks, right? Yeah, the Etruscans.
It says here that the earliest was the Akkadian Empire in Mesopotamia.
Okay.
But the thing too, something that I mentioned before a couple months ago was that when scientists look at what's called endocast, it's not the actual brain of primitive man, but it's like the shape. They're able to create molds based on the skulls, and then they're able to see how much brain ripples there were and where they were actually located. And they also map the dates, like when they carbon date bones, they also match the dates with different layers of sediments of rock. And so deeper that they dug or in different areas where there's hills and stuff, they're able to look at different sediments of rock, take samples, and they're able to conclude that, okay, this time in history, there was a lot of, when we complain about climate change now, but that it was drastically different back then. And the only way, like at the same time, based on the endocast, humans themselves were actually starting to allocate more and more brain space to like the thinking type ripples. So to refine that a little bit more, the more that humans use their intellectual capabilities was like the higher their chances of surviving. And that's really the whole gist of the clip off, is to use inner forces, either instinct, emotion, or intuition, to kind of guide your way out. It recreates the circumstance, it recreates the context. No, it's no longer earthquakes, meteor showers, lava, dinosaurs, and shit. Now some crazy instance will happen with your baby mama or something like that. But it recreates the
like a car crash or something.
Mm-hmm. But that's it.
So could the clip off be like God's bowels, like you're getting squeezed, like in the bowels of God, like and like you said, it creates that same kind of energy of like if you was in some guts and you was getting squeezed all over the place.
Yeah, and I think Gareth Knight maybe either Gareth Knight or William Gray did talk about how these are influences on their way out. Sometime in the future, the Qliphoth will be no more. Not even erased from history. It just probably won't work. And even farther into the future, then the Asaya tree won't work. And even very, very far, like the Asaya tree will one day become the Qliphoth. And even beyond that, the Yetziratic tree will one day become the Qliphoth.
So we're moving beyond any of this working for our current state, and we're making a whole nother tree for the next paradigm that we're gonna experience.
I say we're walking into another tree.
Right.
It's like the chakra system, how there is the dangerous and hidden 7 lower chakras, but really if we equate it, that's just a Qliphoth. And even more so in a lot of texts, there's chakras above the crown chakra, but we're only really meant to tap into the core 7 that we have, or within that range of that core 7. But like I said earlier, when we move up a different octave, the Qliphoth is was a lower octave that was useful and appropriate for primitive man.
So that's very good information. And if you don't mind, Maestro, I'm going to clip that out and put it in its own video. I think that's something that most people don't take into consideration when we talk about these worlds. They're not stagnant. They're evolving continually. And part of that evolution means some is discarded. This Asaya of today is quickly becoming the Qliphoth of tomorrow. As a matter of fact, we see that in our daily environment. The fact that the world that we knew growing up and the world that our parents prepared us for no longer exists. I mean, I look at my child, and the first thing he does when he wakes up is, guess what?
We play Fortnite.
He grab that cell phone.
He got that tablet in his hand, and and when he falls asleep, what's in his hand? That tablet. Now, that's not a rare case just for me. I think everyone who has children is going through a situation like this. The world that we grew up in wasn't like that at all. The world that we grew up in is the Qliphoth. So everyone's like, oh, we need to get kids back outside to play we used to play till the streetlights came on. We used to run around and we memorized phone numbers. That world is the Qliphoth. That world doesn't exist. The world that exists today, we're foreigners to it. That's why I say, like, TikTok really did a number on social media. It forced all social media to evolve. Like, y'all might not see it, but TikTok changed everything. Period. And anyone who's trying to cling on to the old ways is going to feel the feelings associated with trying to keep the Qliphoth alive in a new world. And even if you're one of those parents who's like, my kids don't have electronics and we don't even have electricity in the house, we live by candlelight. Even if you do that, that's not going to prepare you for the reality that's manifesting right now.
Yeah, you crippling your kids if you do that, because that is not the world that they're going to live in. That is not the world that they're going to inherit, man. This shit is fucking changing.
Right.
Or so it is changed.
It is changed and still changing. That's the other part.
Yes, it is changed, goddammit. This shit, like you said, that shit is not the same, bro. See, street lights over here is LEDs like a mother. You don't even hear that hum no more.
Oh, wow. So yeah, they couldn't play to the streetlights because it ain't the same streetlights.
Not the same streetlights, bro. It's not like like the crickets even sound different, bro.
Right. Hell, my crickets are digital.
Exactly.
But I have them, and that's the point. It's the context.
Exactly.
So I wanted to go back just a little bit to what Gator was talking about. I think you mentioned something key that we kind of overlooked, and you talked about the chaos. So your question, Gator, was about harmony and balance, but also taking into consideration chaos. Am I correct?
Yeah. The chaos on the backside.
All right, and how do we make it all fit together? Like, how does it fit? Because of course the chaos is part of the harmony too. Matter of fact, there wouldn't be harmony and balance without chaos. If you guys don't mind, I'd like to read just like a paragraph out of what I'm currently writing. And this came from my path working on the 32nd path when I actually did experience the asteroid belt and the diamond or whatever. But what was curious is after that part, I got a certain download about chaos and balance. So I'm going to read that. But starting at Kether. Kether bursts into Hakma. The gravitational pull guides it into Bina, which is the forward burst and the backward burst. So in other words, if you look at the tree of life, you can see Kether. And the experience of Hakma is the experience of that energy bursting forward. But that same bursting forward also causes a reversal at the same exact time. That's what Bina is. So everything that Kether spits out into Hakma, it's being received into Bina. So like immediately when Hakma is formed, Bina is formed. The triangle is instant. That's where we get positive and negative. So we talk about that black hole. The black hole compresses, it digests, and it adds a remnant is formed, basically. Within the remnant, there's a small glimmer that remains. So we have Kether that has exploded into Hakma and received by Bina. And in that explosion, in that... Oh, goodness. We've got the bot in the chat. But yeah, just due to manifestation... There we go. Thank you, Society Ejects. Due to manifestation of duality, the positive and the negative are simultaneously created. And we're going to see this reflected all the way down. But there's a remnant that remains that wasn't projected and wasn't absorbed. There's something in the middle that remains. All right, now we're talking about Doth. In that remnant, there's a small glimmer like a diamond amidst an asteroid belt. And then I wrote, upon further examination, the space is infinite. And to get through, you have to devise a pattern to seek every possible aspect. You eventually find that these aren't asteroids. These are others who have given up the search. So we find that within that remnant that bursts forth out of Kether, there's something new that remains. There's a child of the father and mother. And there were many other children, but they turned to stone, so to speak, due to them being unable to find their way out. And I think this is where we get the mythology of Kronos swallowing his children, and then Rhea giving him a stone and telling him it was Zeus. Well, why would he think that a stone is his child? Maybe because the rest of them were stones. Maybe, I don't know. But anyways, within that diamond is seen patterns, and now we're talking about Tifereth. Within the diamond is seen patterns and organized form, ranging from chaos to the most complexly intricate forms. So on one side of the pole, we've got pure chaos. On the other side of the pole, we've got complexly intricate structure, right? Now here's the thing. The uniformity of difference is witnessed. So this is the vision of Tifereth. This is the vision of Tifereth right out of Doth. The uniformity of difference is witnessed. And what that means is the vision of infinite difference apparently becomes recognized. So what I'm saying is, if you were able to zoom out far enough to see total chaos on one side and total order on the other side, eventually you'll start to see that they're both one and the same, that there's some type of underlying correlation. In other words, what we are calling chaos and what we're calling order are actually of the same breed. They're of the same breed. Within the harmony of paradox, which is order within chaos, right? We've heard of order within chaos. We'll find that within the harmony of the paradox, we notice that there's a distinction between the types of order and the types of chaos. So now it goes from being just a duality to being types of one and types of the other. The abstract patterns become recognizable relationships. Some of the relationships are linear, some are cyclical. The relationships become direct or indirect. So in other words, just like there's no such thing as good or evil, there really is no such thing as order and chaos. Because when you really examine them, you start to see that there's gradual points in between each. And if you look at those gradual points, you'll see that there's not much difference other than the perspective of the observer. So as the direct and the indirect relationships cohesively perform together, we call that content and context. Basically, the fact that there is order means that there has to be chaos. And the fact that there's chaos means that there has to be order, because they're both the same thing. They're both the same thing. In order to have a perimeter, right, a magic circle, you've got to have an inside and an outside. So really these names are just a separation of two different polarities.
Oh, shit. Sorry. Okay, sorry. So basically you're saying, like, once they start to become differentiated and categorized, that's when the pattern is created, because before that they're infinite and they're the same.
Yes. Yes. So that's why, and see, that's why it's so important to start at Kether, because when you start at Kether, you follow the trajectory downward. You see, it's from Kether we have separation. But if you start at separation, you don't see how it fits together. All you see is duality. Oh, that's my enemy. That's against me. I got to fight this. But when you start at Kether, you see both sides came from the same source.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the thing that differentiates is the pattern.
Yes, yes, yes.
Interesting.
We know the placing differentiation as the first thing or as the cause. That's the equivalent to the clip-off. We're looking at, instead of unity and Keter, we're looking at the duality of Thalmiel.
Ah, now we're breaking down the clip off. Excellent. That's why we got to start at the top every time. Because if you start anywhere but the top, you're analyzing an effect and not the cause.
Yeah. What you say? The mystical Kabbalah, chapter 15, verse 12 through 16.
Yes,
That's what
yes.
you said. Did I get it right?
Absolutely, yes, you did.
And I'm not gonna lie, I had to go and meditate on that shit and read it over and over. Man, I realized I missed some pieces. But yeah, that's kind of like, that shit to rearrange my whole magical experience, that one little passage.
Same.
So, but Trav, did you channel that shit you just read to us, or it was a collection of study?
I channeled that when I was doing my 30-second path. I wrote 4 pages of some shit that I'm afraid to put out because I sound like an absolute insane person.
Well, I guess we just as insane as you are. Cause shit, I'm like, hell, more.
Yeah, I worked down the whole tree with that vision, and the after effect of that, after I thought about it some more, was the video that I put out of me explaining the tree from top to bottom.
Yeah, the 30-minute video you got.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you reminded me of that double slit theory when they talking about when you put something under observation, that it takes on a different pattern. If it's not being observed, it might be singular, but when you observe it, it goes into a waveform. I might have a reverse, but but yeah, it's kind of like that's what
observed. It's a particle.
Right. It's the particle when it's observed. Thank you, Maestro. So the shit is connecting the dots, man.
Yeah.
So back to the harmony thing then, because I might have to go over again what you read. But it sounded to me then that if this is coming from the same source and that it only becomes differentiated once a pattern has been established, or once they've actually, there's a part where they recognize each other, would the
would the recognition that they're from, that they are, or would the period before that separation be the harmony when it's just the one?
Yes, it would. Absolutely, it would. And that's what I said specifically. The uniformity of difference is witnessed. This means the visions of infinite difference apparently becomes recognized. The vision of infinite difference. When both sides recognize that they are infinitely different, they simultaneously realize that they're infinitely the same.
Right. Right. So it's like zero becoming one. There's a reflection that's made.
It's that indescribable moment when man when man and woman get together and they realize what's about to go down. There's no question, no explanation, and no point. It's just going to happen. Like that split second, we come up after that happens. We come up with a story. We come up with we try to rationalize. We come up with all kind of logical stuff. But something happened that wasn't rational, and it just happened. And I say that example specifically because we can often think of order and chaos as masculine and feminine. We can think of these principles as gender, and the same thing happens and it's reflected in the physical. When infinity and limitation recognize each other, love is created because they realize they're the same but different in degree.
Holy shit.
I love it. Yeah.
And that would happen when you see someone that you are connected to. You realize that you're the same but different in degree, and it makes you want to unify.
Yeah, so like for us being on this plane, we're constantly seeking unification. And I think that's what adds for it being, perhaps because of the Western society that we live in and how we've been conditioned, we think going internally within ourselves equates to being like of a loss somehow, because we need to seek to unify with somebody else. And in a way that is a thing, but it's like that reflective part of infinite recognizing infinite is always playing its role in every single part of our daily lives. Like, as you mentioned, when two people are together and they kind of know what's going to go down, or, how we seek another, we're seeking a reflection, something to reflect back to ourselves and an infinity of that which we are, which is why I think it's hard for us to go within in Western society, because we have to seek for that reflection that is more subtle. It's not as blatant. And so this is why I think too, we kind of are always seeking like balance, and they say that balance can't exist on this plane. Everything's already categorized, like it's already separated.
Yeah. It seems like what I see, Trav, when you say that, it's almost like existence is almost like an hourglass. You come from everything, and then you like wrung out through the womb, like a small, like you come through a small hole, so you wrung out, and then when you get into this reality, you seeking the same thing that you came from. You know what I'm saying? It's just in a different way. You know what I'm saying? Like you were saying, like Gator was saying, this path gets lonely, and in this world, it's built on relationships. The relationships that you have with everything, is your reality. You know what I'm saying? So like that's how I kind of see what you saying, almost like an hourglass, and you like get, you come through and you wrung out, but you fall into almost the same thing, just different.
Yeah. Just like I said about how.
That kind of reminds me of Lord of the Rings, how they have this fellowship of 4 hobbits, elf, dwarf, and a human, and all of these, they're different races, so to say, but they're able to come together in this bond, this fellowship. And that's kind of what I see with Tifrith, is that we we have all these separated parts, and this later happens at Yasod and Malkuth as well, but we have these separated parts. But there's a point where those separate parts are now put in the same jar, and because they're in the same jar, they are one. And we look further down the tree, these parts are now further separated again, but even more granularly, even more finite. Or say Kether is like a giant shard of glass. We break it in two, and we put those two back together. Like, we don't glue them back together, we just fit them into each other. The fitting in would be the Tiferet aspect. Now we break them again, but they're still numerable, but it's still, now it's a lot. And we reform that back together again. Now that's Yasod. And then there's that final breaking where there's finite dust, but they could still be formulated back together, and that would be Malkuth.
Exactly right. So here's the thing, like, that's reflected all up the middle pillar. What is Kether? If you zoom into Kether, you're going to see Hakma and Bina exploded apart and sucking each other back in. You're going to see Hakma and Bina. But if you continue and you see Doth, you're going to see all of the lower spheres. And if you zoom in some more, you're going to actually see that diamond I mentioned before was Tifereth. That diamond within Doth is Tifereth. Just Tifereth. But if you look at what Tifereth is actually the other sphere surrounding it. If you keep zooming in, you're going to see what is Yasod. Yasod is Malkuth in process. So it's not really laid out as like that structure. It's more laid out as in, you've seen the diagram of the tree of life as concentric rings, right? That's probably more accurate.
Metals to describe the law of impermanence?
No, that as well, because that goes in with the chakra system.
Well, that's mithril, right? What they use? Mithril. Blacks. The dwarves speak it of a metal.
Trav, you gonna take me up on that meet and greet?
Steel. Its beauty is that.
I was thinking about it.
Don't be scared, man. I'm good, man. I'm not dangerous. I'm not dangerous, bro. I promise I'm a good time.
Hey man, with that goddamn name, Kush VA Darth, goddamn. I'd be scared to meet you in the dark alley, but no, I'm just kidding.
His name, you gotta put Master Kush.
Hey, don't forget the first part.
Don't forget the master. Don't forget the Kush.
Don't forget the Kush, man. I don't think none of y'all danger, man. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. For real, not dangerous that'll harm me. You might harm yourself doing some fucking magic before you harm me.
Right, bro. I'm gonna mess myself up first, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've always been like that, bro. I'm way more destructive to myself than I am to the world, bro. Like,
right.
You know,
too,
but
man.
I mean, I look at that as a good thing, bro, because I'm like I'm trimming the fat of my bullshit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like always, you know, like the sword is always turned within, you know.
Right. But speaking of meet and greet, I want to kind of segue into another topic, since nobody want to discuss the big white elephant in the room. Trav, what's up with this Goetia class you're gonna teach on Halloween, man? Yeah. See, I be paying attention now. I might be crazy as hell, but I pay attention.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So
I want to be in the room on that one.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, no, not on the app, in the room, Trav. You hear what I'm saying, Trav? In the room, Trav.
What's
like,
up, man?
As soon as you say something, Trav, I'm retired, bro. I wake up every day at like noon. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't got nothing to do, bro. I'm right on your level.
Right.
Star Wars: The Old Republic, how they had the Sith had their own council, like the Dark Council or something like that. That's what's formulated.
'Cause I promise if he opened the door, he gonna have to kick me out, bro. I'm gonna be down there like I'm be down there like every 3 months chilling. They're just gonna knock on the door. Trav, what's up, bro? Just gonna come in. Comes
You got
in,
an
bro.
army, man.
Yeah, I got a whole room downstairs that just needs to be cleared out, honestly.
Bro, like, bro, that's my room, bro. Mine. I'm manifesting this trail, bro. I'm plotting in the background, bro. Like I'm gonna be there, bro. Like it's in my future. It's in yours too. I seen your
Me
future, bro,
too.
and it involves me. I seen your
So-
future. It involves me.
You're gonna have
And
at
the
least like
Lord.
5
And the
of us
Lord.
down there, man.
Yeah, yeah,
I know it.
man.
I know it.
Straight
I
up.
want
Like,
the astral meetings, bro.
bro, we gotta get a
Yo, for
physical
real.
before we can get a. We gotta get a physical first, bro. Like, I gotta shake a hand so I can get that. You know, almost like that. What's that? Man, it's some superhero, man. That when he touch you, he get your robe.
What's
Yeah.
that, infamous?
You know what I'm saying? Robe, bro. I gotta shake his hand, and then we connected in the astro.
Mage's Mansion coming into fruition.
Yes.
I didn't think it'd be so soon, though. That's for sure.
Bro, I'm a escalator of life, bro. Like I move fast.
Dude, that's my
Like,
goal right there. Like, I want to seriously open up a space so then, like, Travis can come, everybody can come, and that's like the spot that we can meet physically. That'd be
You've been
fun.
saying that for a minute, Lord. You gotta
That'd
keep
be
on saying
dope.
that shit.
It's developing now. I mean, shit, I got Maestro. I had a bar.
True. True.
It's
Oh
developing.
yeah.
You can have me too. I didn't even know that the door was open. Shit.
They found crystals in space.
I'm trying to go everywhere, bro. I'm
Yeah,
trying
dude,
to
it's
go
gonna be fun.
everywhere. I don't got no home in the world, man. I'm a
No,
Scorpio.
you
We
got
move
many homes.
around. Many homes, bro. Like
Many homes. I don't have
my
just one
little
home. I have many homes. That's
my
what you
little
have
boy
too.
even noticed about me. My little boy be like, Dad, when we gonna move again? And I'm like, bro, we stuck. He was like, yeah, right. I know you, Dad. He like 11.
Yeah.
So
Damn.
I move around, bro.
Well,
So
pretty
man,
soon we'll be moving in with Travis.
yeah, straight up. And you know, they do have those kind of things, yo. From what I came from, we used to have like or like flight attendants. Flight attendants, they have the houses that they go to when they just fly in, and they don't just live there. They just go and the crash pad is what they call it.
That's the plan, man. Setting it up. We're gonna set it up
Yeah.
in some really cool space too that we can all fucking go to.
Bro, that wouldn't be hard at all. I mean, we all already are paying what $25 to the Major Society. All you gotta do is flip that shit. Like, I mean, straight up. I mean, how much is rent? You know what I'm saying? $300, $400, $500, $600. You know what I'm saying? Like, straight up. I mean, all we had to do was donate another $25, and we in there, bro. I mean, crowdsourcing.
Yeah.
Straight up. Like I'm really trying to do this, man. Like because I've been trying to find a physical, because I'm susceptible to coaching, like physical coaching. Like that's been my life. I know that if I get physical coaching, I can fucking lift a house.
Dude,
You know
that's
what I'm saying?
and that is my goal with this ashram right here. Like, I'm really working because I think that that's what we need is like a space, a center where all of us get together and have like these huge meetings. And they don't have to be huge, you know what I mean? But they can be. But like at least a spot, like a center where we can go and then just chill for like a week or 2 weeks or a month or something like that, and then leave. And
Could
then
you
come
imagine
back,
the accountability?
Like an ashram, you know?
Yeah,
Could you
that's
imagine
what I'm saying, dude. An ashram, that's what I'm fucking building, man.
Could
It's
you imagine
coming.
the accountability that we would hold each other to? Like how strong, like, because I mean, I feel like we all have like a competition kind of, not competition, I wouldn't say, but we kind of all like want to stay with each other as far as the work is concerned, so we can discuss it. You know what I'm saying? And so we can have something and add to the conversation and take something away from the goddamn conversation. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So, like, man, Man, shit, man. I think y'all scared, man. I think y'all. I'm talking peace and shit. Let me shut up, goddamn.
No, dude, I'm telling you, this is that works. Like I've been looking at land and stuff like that in different places and all of that to see about how feasible or how that can come about. And as of right now, it's just been my own house that I've been building for like people to come and meet and stuff. But like, man, it needs to expand. We definitely need a bigger space, you know, and something beyond Travis's basement. Although that's also a good start.
I've been thinking about this too. This has actually been one of my long-term goals. I called this egregore the Magus Mansion, and basically, it's a home where a bunch of people can come in and out as they please. Nobody has to stay for any longer than they want to. But basically, we stay there and we study. You know, we do what we do online, except in person, basically.
Yes.
And the best idea that I had so far is that, you know, an actual house, Airbnb style, and like a person can come, but like the stay would be like more limited as opposed to like a year, 2 years. It'd be like, you know, maybe a month, maybe a couple weeks, whatever.
Right. That's what I was thinking too. So we should all maybe, those of us who also have this idea, we should maybe come together and start planning on a location, and then really just start getting on the specifics. Because what I've in my journey towards building this ashram, I can't do it alone. Like it's, I mean, I guess I've been doing the research on it and stuff, but like it's hard to organize when I'm trying to take into consideration everybody else's schedules and also like their abilities for budgets, etc. Because I can't just like buy a place and then have it be empty because nobody can reach it. You know, like nobody can go to fucking Thailand at this point of the year, you know, or like nobody can go to India at this point of the year. Like everybody has their own lives. And so I think that it'd be majorly beneficial if we got together, if the few of us got together and really put our heads together to get specific on a location. Once we get the location set, then we can go from there with the specifics on how we're going to build this. Because like it's a fucking dream of mine to have an like this would be a real ashram. This would be a very real Hogwarts, you know, like this would be a very real place of magical study. So that and all these ashrams that I've looked into, you know, it wasn't just one person who made it. It was a group of people who came together who made that. So I think we're starting to get onto that, where it's like our opportunities for growth are here and now, and that's becoming more and more loud, which is good because that means that we need to work with this energy.
Let's do it.
I'm game.
I'm
fucking
down.
A. Me too, man.
I think if it's going to be in my hometown, I've been looking at this particular space for quite a while. It's a tall house in a very odd space. It's like in the middle of everything, but also separate from everything else. There's a very popular large bridge in our hometown. And there's a house that's underneath it. And it's like a tall, skinny house. But it's not in a neighborhood. It's literally like a house on an island.
Perfect.
Yeah, that sounds fucking awesome right there. The fucking Adams family house.
That'd be dope. That'd be dope.
Perfect.
Hell
Do you know if
yeah.
it needs any renovations and such?
Last I checked, no one lives there, but I'd have to check again to see.
Would be the weirdest house on the block, yo.
Man,
Ain't
it
no
would
block.
be the most.
Magus who lives there.
He said ain't no block.
It's a guy I've been expecting to set a trap.
For real, man, that's the kind of reputation. Like at my place, we've done so many rituals, and I've had like a couple of Magus people come, and like I've, you know, but there's just been like this cultivation of energy and shit like that has come around it. That like neighborhood kids will pass my house and they'll be like, "Oh, that's the witch's house."
The witch's house.
Like, I've heard them say that.
Wow. Wow.
Man, I know that if we had that one skinny house or whatever, like I know people would be like, "Yo, that's the witch's house." Or that's like, man, there'd be stories coming from that place.
They can like they're killing people in the basement.
Trav, I can see that house in my mind, bro.
Oh man.
I just see a house with like some lightning striking behind it. this ominous like rainstorm with a big red M on the front of it, bro.
People outside doing garden
Oh,
work
bro,
with
you
black
hook up like a
roses and
neon
shit.
light with a big glowing. We can get a big neon red M for that thing, bro.
Oh man.
That would be
Should
a
everyone will
circular
see
window.
it? Yes.
Bunch of fucking Goations walking around.
Right.
They walk around in black robes. What's going on, man?
People outside doing garden work in black robes and shit.
What the fuck?
But now
Be the most
144.
Sattvic motherfuckers they ever met. That's why, yo, man.
They call the police on us all the time, boy. They wouldn't even know what we doing to them
That's
cops.
crazy. Exactly.
Bro, I think
Keep sending.
that house will be protected. Ain't no cops coming.
Keep
Nah,
sending.
ain't no
Keep
cops coming
sending.
out.
Unless
Keep
they wanted
sending.
to be enlightened.
That's what I'm saying. Keep
Exactly.
sending them. We sending them back. We sending them back right. Keep sending them.
Mhm.
Be like Be Hard, how
Nice.
they in the trenches but unscathed.
Right.
Right. Straight up,
That's
man.
the energy.
We really need to I mean, this really needs to be out of the funny discussion and into the works.
Dude,
Man,
yeah.
The seed was planted tonight. It's part of the seed. And let it blossom.
Elephant in the
Yeah.
room, he said.
Yeah. Oh, back to the elephant. Yeah, back to the elephant in the room about the class on Halloween. I forgot about that.
Yeah. So I was told recently, oh my gosh. I guess one of my vulnerabilities is that I know that some stuff is very technical, and how I've learned how to do social media is edutainment, meaning that if you want someone to pay attention to something educational, it's also got to be entertaining. And someone who I trust recently said that my videos are getting a bit boring because it's mostly more intellectual stuff and the entertainment value is kind of lacking. So I'm like, all right, well, certainly don't want that to happen. So what my ideal plan is to create this Goetia course, a lot like how I did with the season 3 videos, where it's more of a script done with visuals. So I'll have to I have some assistants, I'll say, and helping me with that. But basically, I understand that there's going to be 3 levels of this course. In marketing, we call it a cold audience, a warm audience, and a hot audience. A cold audience is the general public. People who don't know shit about shit. They might see an advertisement and say, I love it or I hate it. The next level is a warm audience where there will be people who generally know about magic. They might know about Goetia. They might be interested and curious. And then the hot audience is people who know what Goetia is. They've dabbled with it or thinking about it and they're ready to go to the next level. So right now I'm configuring how to make something to appeal to all 3 levels, basically. My goal is to get this complete within about a week or so that it can be ready for Halloween. But yeah, it's going to go through working with the Goetic spirits, some of the stuff that a lot of these books cover, but also stuff that are not in the books, of course. Kabbalistic background, Vedic background. How to work with spirits to cause things to manifest for yourself in an easy and safe way.
Is this the book of Revelations, Trav? Is this all these demons coming up from the underworld? Is the mass access to the Gotia?
Trev, is it gonna have like a Elvira kind of motif to it? That'd be dope.
Female Trav emerge.
Y'all should dress
Thunder.
up. Y'all should dress up and be a Zoom video, kind of like Maestro gave me the idea, whoever the fuck he was tonight. I don't know who the hell that was. And we all dressed up in costumes and shit.
That'd be
You
dope.
know, man, that shit be dope as hell. And
That'll be fire.
make that shit go public.
That
I
should
got
be
a
fire.
lot. Yeah, I got a fire ass outfit I've been waiting to use. And motherfuckers will be like,
in
what the fuck?
I'm always in costume.
I know, right?
Same.
Always.
Yeah, I'm with it, man. You know, hey, Let's
Really
do it. I
dope.
mean, like we on this platform right here. Everybody, you know, open up their video, and if somebody look at that shit on YouTube, they're gonna be like, "What the fuck is this?" I mean, bring on your best costume.
Nah, bro, that wasn't a costume. That was Dr. Shaitan doing his work.
Oh shit.
That was his work outfit.
Well, I apologize.
Said,
I
don't
see he changed
disrespect
to
Shaitan.
Targaryen. I
The
see he
doctor.
changed. Yeah.
Don't disrespect the doctor, man.
Okay.
Mage's Halloween party. What day is Halloween on?
Monday.
I think on Monday.
December 31st.
Monday.
It's a Monday.
It said December.
It's a Monday.
December 25th.
Oh man. And then, you know, we can kind of do this shit like a party. You know, we're gonna like invite the whole fucking world. I mean, that's up to you, Trav. I know you like, hey, for real, the more people the merry, right? You know, I have motherfuckers goddamn from all over the world, man, chiming in. I don't know, Trav. Hey, you ready to get this shit to the world? Might as well.
Halloween party.
Halloween
I
party.
am. I am.
Right.
I think. Yeah.
Let's
And
do
that was
it.
the whole intention. I wanted to do the shadow work first, then move into the Goetia. So I mean, yeah.
Let's do it.
Metaverse Halloween party.
I mean,
What
that's
if you
kind
ain't
of
got
how
a
you gotta
headset?
do
And you better astral project to that jump.
it. Astral project. Yeah, damn.
Talking about whispering inner light activation over the cup.
You say just ask them if they really about their life, huh, Maestro?
Yep.
If you really about that life, you'll get them. Yeah. Some awesome ideas, man.
Let's do it. Put the advertisement out. Ready?
All right. Halloween.
Yeah. We can even have a
Halloween go
DJ.
to you.
Don't we got a DJ? Ain't one of y'all a DJ?
Nope.
Fucking have a DJ and everything. Like when the shit come on, like you know, when everybody's falling in the group at the beginning, you know, you have a little music playing. It could be some spooky shit, you know.
It's like a church procession.
This year
Yeah,
Halloween
something,
fell
you
on the
know, yeah.
weekend. Me and Ghetto
All
Boy
Michael
took a
Ford,
treat.
all Michael Fordish and shit.
Hell yeah. I was about to
Have
say
the
that.
Palpatine music in the back.
Let's do this, man. I'm excited.
How many sis are going to be? I wonder.
Uh-oh.
There's only 2 walking out.
Oh, no.
There's only 2 walking out.
Fuck
So.
over public.
There can be only one.
It's the quickening, huh? Oh shit, I like it. I've been looking for this. I've been looking for the motherfucking
It's gonna be an
honorable
all or nothing
death.
match.
I've been looking for the honorable death. I don't think y'all ready.
Oh, man. I got a hack. I've been working with Chinamasta. She already has her head off. I've been learning her ways.
Oh shit.
Virtual Halloween party.
I never heard it. It's the first. Let's do it.
In promotion for the Goetia course.
Wow.
Hey,
Yay!
you opened
Yeah,
up
you gotta
something.
do it now.
You don't open up something for me now, Gator.
You gotta do it,
man.
bro.
I'm
You gotta
excited.
do it. And it's
Got
on
to.
live too. Somebody gonna steal your shit if you don't do it, man. We gotta do it.
Yeah, they gonna
Which
see
one?
this shit.
EA Cohen is gonna make a comeback to the virtual Halloween party.
Oh hell yeah.
Infernal Halloween party.
You gotta put them all out there, bro, so we can copyright this video. Somebody keep going. Infernal Halloween party, keep going, keep them rolling. You gotta copyright it. We did it first.
Perfect, man. Perfect. You can't fake this shit, man. I love it. I love it. Never doubt yourself. If you're working with some magic, trust your magic. Trust it. It's gonna come to pass. That's what I needed. And that's directly related to something I did last night.
You didn't even summon the devil. He didn't even summon Satan. He summoned the devil. He's like, give me
The
some
whole
ideas.
devil.
Give you some of that spookiness.
Excellent.
Meditate on it.
Seriously though, Andres has been helping me a lot lately in ways differently than in the past.
Linking that to the Vedic system, Andros, Andar is actually a form of Indra.
Hold up. Wait a minute. How did you make that connection?
Well, in super early on, like when the Vedas were written, when you're this is around the time of the Mitanni and Aryan tribes that kind of went between India and Persia and the bottom of Europe, and their influence was still seen in the days of Vlad Dracula. They carried a lot of these Vedic deities and had some of their own unique ones, and out of several of them, one was named Andar, but it was directly taken, like it was an epithet or a subname of Indra. And later in the Goetia, that's when you got Andros.
Mm.
You interested in that? Michael Ford has a good book on it called Drauga.
What's the name of the book?
Drauga, Drauga. I'm gonna put it in the chat, but combining it with the Vedic practices that's already been covered yields some powerful results.
Shit. Andres alone will give you some powerful results.
But yes, I'm interested in hearing, Trav, how has Andros been manifesting differently for you?
Well, first of all, no one to my knowledge is being hurt or driven crazy or suffering death. But since I did a working with Andros maybe 2 months ago, nonstop I've been seeing the owl face appear everywhere that my eyes lay. And not just myself, but another person that worked with me in this working is also seeing hell, more than me possibly. And it seems as if it's in alignment with a completely different goal than what we intended, which is kind of strange, but the goal is it.
Laura and I have had our own owl experiences.
Yeah.
Recent week.
Yeah, like pretty heavy owl experiences. Yeah, the other night I had a dream. So I've been working with the sigil that I got. I had 2 sigils come to me in a dream recently. One of them I've used to forecast the future, and then the other one I use for astral projection in the dream realm. And I used the one for the astral projection in order to meet a guide. And in one of my dreams, there was an owl perched on a old tree in a pasture. And I woke up because I had to use the bathroom. And when I was in the bathroom doors open. And for the first time ever, I heard owls outside, like hooting in my yard. And my dogs were going crazy. So I knew it was like really happening. But yeah, that was my owl take. And then Maestro has his own too.
Yeah, it was when I started having, I think that dream as well kind of told me to start researching the Akkadians. But like there was a lot of Cliffothic influence in a dream, but it was the setting, but everything was quite peaceful. And someone had given me like 3 owls, like they were his Pokemon. I had him on my back. He's like, yo, I'll pay you if you walk through this cave ravine thing, and you get my owls to the other side, I'll pay you. And I started walking through, and all these cliffotic sludge bat entities started swooping down. I was like, oh, fuck that. Yeah, I was about to die. So I gave them back.
So the owl symbolism has been heavy for both of you as well. And this has been related to a specific working that you've done?
Yes.
I don't recall it being linked. I don't recall it being linked to anything.
Mine was from a very specific working. I think yours was too, Maestro, because you were still doing some specific works that evening.
Like it was nothing special.
That's what he says.
Right. I know how that goes.
It was nothing. I was just bringing. I was just opening the gates of hell.
So here's what I know for certain about doing magical work with a partner, especially a partner of the opposite sex. Dion Fortune has a book called Circuits of Power. Very important to read if you want to do rituals with a person of the opposite sex, because gender polarity does play a role in how we receive this information, how we translate it. And when two people are of the same accord but of different angles, what we'll find is that one will receive information and one will receive complementary information. And I've been testing this out, and I have a particular partner that I work with. So I wonder what would happen if we combined our findings. It's good to work with other people. It really is. Especially if you can get someone of another gender. And it doesn't have to be anything more than just magical work. But if the two, basically what Gator said earlier, where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, there I shall be. That's not just Jesus. That's with all spirit. So when 2 people come together under the same banner, it either creates or harnesses a spirit that's already there. And that spirit serves as a context for the experience that the both of the practitioners will undergo.
That calls to mind an old E.A. Coetting book, and near the end was evocation. And I found it weird that he had, I think it was like the second to last thing in there was a evocation, but with 2 separate people. And I thought that was weird, but now that makes sense.
Was that the one where he had the girl and she was like possessed and like, unfortunately she didn't recover from that?
I don't know. I think this was like his first book.
That was his
like
wife.
His earliest one.
Yeah, that was his wife that got possessed. And he had to get a divorce, because she never recovered. Yeah, I remember that one.
God damn.
Yeah, man. We've all had people in our lives like that. Am I right? Maybe not.
Hell no. I don't know what the hell that is.
No, buddy, that's just you.
Oh yeah, they summoned him. That's what it was. It was Belial who she was possessed by Belial or Belial, how the hell you want to say it? I remember now.
Somewhere, yeah.
Yeah.
Like a long time ago. Yeah, I read it somewhere. Heard it or something.
Yeah. I listened to the audio book. I cheated. So what?
Me too. That's how I read it. Yeah. Belial.
Yeah. Belial. Belial,
okay.
Motherfucker.
I would definitely love to get to the point where we can have multiple people focused in on a specific ritual. I think that the effects will be more profound, not because more people are involved, but because more people are involved, there's going to be different angles of information received.
Oh, wait, we did, Laura. Marcosius.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It wasn't an owl, the dog, surprisingly, but we were both doing the Marcosius ritual.
Marcosius with Andros.
Yeah, what the hell was that? Trash flashing colors?
Indeed.
Winter Taka through the Zoom.
Yeah.
What you about to say, Trav?
Good question. What was I about to say?
Group rituals.
Oh yeah. It'd be something nice to experiment with. I think I'm coming to terms with being at that point where I'm open to having other people work with me on a similar goal. Specifically, people who I know have the mindset to be focused and stay on task, basically. Like you guys.
Oh. Well, let's fucking do it. I mean, really, I think all of us are on our own shit, right? Like, we're already doing something.
Gotta be. That's how we stay sharp.
And it's really cool, too, because in this group, I've noticed that, like, we can all be doing our own things, but we'll meet up with each other and have these similar synchronicities quite frequently.
Trav, I think I think you need like what you were saying earlier. You said somebody had told you that your videos are getting a little bit stale or something like that because of the information that you're giving is so technical. I think you need somebody like me, like on a podcast or something that can lay it down, like for the layman, the man that's laying down on the job. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I can, like, you know what I'm saying? I got my conversation and the way that I get things across, you know what I'm saying, is it connects to a different crowd.
Are we looking at a refined version of Become a Living God?
A refined version.
So breaking it down for the general pop.
Right.
We're not spookifying the shit, and we know, like, and like you said, breaking it down, so that implies we understand it in the first place.
Word to your mother.
Right. Hey, you right. This shit be like goddamn E.A. Coedens. What was that? What was the name of his
Become
organization?
A Living God.
Yeah.
Become a Living God.
Until you got to pay for the goddamn class, and they were fucking $800, $1,000. Like, fuck that.
Jeez Louise.
God damn.
They were a grit.
He was
like
becoming a living
$70.
God on your ass.
God damn. I took one of
the gatekeeper books and became the ultimate archon for your money.
Man, listen. And go to Amazon and try to buy one of their books.
Ah, shit.
$50, $75.
Yeah, I bought one that was whack as hell. That was $50.
Yeah, man.
They all are pretty. They all kind of manic because they all say the same shit. You can't really get away from it. Yeah, you can't really get away from it. They all got the information from the same goddamn fountain spring.
Right. And see, I was trying to be slick, but I was saying, like, all this draconian shit, that's all Kenneth Grant. They pretty much just took Kenneth Grant and rewrote it because no one else really has taken the time to study Kenneth Grant other than Asenath Mason and, et cetera, et cetera.
So was Bobby Hemmett kind of on when he said that they ain't made no progress in the Gotia?
Yes! Hell yes. Listen, man, everything Bobby said was correct. Like, listen, like, I'm not a Bobby Dick writer, but, like, knowing what I know from my study, listening to Bobby, everything he said was on point. And the furthest they've gone is Kenneth Grant.
Yeah.
And there's a reason for that. How many of us are having some trouble with this clip off? How many of us are coming against experiences that are troubling, I'll say?
Shit, I'll be the first to tell you me.
There is a
After
barrier.
working with Dr. Strange, he taught me how to properly create an astronaut suit for that.
This shit is breaking my bones.
Hey,
Energy drained.
hey, I've been showing that video. I mean, I've been showing this picture the whole time, bro. Like, got to create that astral form, man.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like this that other social security number that don't link to you. You know what I'm saying? When you default on your loan, you know what I'm saying? You default on your loan, they don't connect it to your name. You know what I mean?
You know, speaking of Bobby Hemmett said that the human form in the spiritual realm is actually ugly, and that the ugly creatures like Cthulhu and so forth are the beautiful forms. You know what I'm saying?
He told us that.
Yeah, so the uglier you are, or the more grotesque that the form is the more beautiful you are. Yeah, so we some ugly motherfuckers as humans.
Right. So what does that translate to? As far as what Kenneth Grant was talking about, and not just Kenneth Grant, when you enter into these negative realms, these cliphotic realms, you must become as them. The metaphor they gave was when crossing the river Styx, you got to let those vampiric entities bite you, let the scorpions sting you, let the spiders bite you. You don't reject the poison. You become like them so that you can exist there.
Hey, didn't Batman become what he was most afraid of in the darkness?
Hell
In
yeah.
the cave?
Hell yeah. No, don't start, Maestro, on that Batman shit. That's my shit. The Dark Knight.
That's my my clip-off form is Batman Beyond.
Yeah, bro. Like that's the ultimate, bro. Like when you really get into like really superheroes, because Batman is a superhero in my mind, but that's debatable to some people. But when you really get into him, bro, he's the one that I think is more akin to like the human trying to like, you know, the form, because he's closer to us, but he's far beyond the normal person. You know what I'm saying? But he shows what you can become in human form. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I like it. That's why I like Batman so much. But that's true on that clip off. You know what I'm saying? Like when you go into the chaos, and this speaks to what Alora was saying earlier in her experience when she said it was creepy, and I said that it's not symmetrical. You know what I'm saying? And because this world is symmetrical, like a Gator said, you know, the prettier you are in this world, the uglier you are in that world. Because it's not a symmetrical thing. It's just it's all over the goddamn place. It's chaos.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Brother
saying,
Bobby.
Trav. You see, yeah. See how I did that, Trav? That's what I'm saying, bro. You need me, bro. You need me.
All right. Well, I've got a podcast in development. I think we will get together and make an episode very, very soon.
Nice.
Word to your mother.
All right, Yugi.
It's none other than your melanin. Check. It's none other. It's none other, he says. Specifically, none other than your melanin.
The check is what gets you, though.
Check.
It'd be the guy in the back for me, like when no one's replying. When no one's replying, and it'd be a guy on the back. He's like, "Yep, that's right."
And the early videos,
that's right.
It was very churchy early on. Come on with it, Bobby. Go ahead, Bobby.
Y'all don't want me to go into this shit.
Hearing words for the first time in your life. Talking about, come on with it, come on with it. You don't know what he talking about.
The Typhonians.
Not only have you never heard these words before, but he's pronouncing them wrong.
Yaldabaoth.
Yeah, Adalderbroth. The goatee. So they sit here, go on, Bobby, go on, Bobby. Do y'all even know what he's talking about?
And this was the false god, Adalderbroth.
He was touching something, bro, though. That shit was
was
revolutionary, bro. Like people didn't even know what he was like you said, he was smacking them right upside their shit.
Man.
I done got some books. Every time you dropped a book, I wrote it down and I tried to find it to get it.
Yeah,
Right.
I did the same thing. The
Shit.
same thing. That's how I found
He
Trav,
was
man.
on point.
That's how
Yep,
I
that's
found
how I
Trav.
found Trav too.
Yeah, that's how I
For
found
real.
Trav. They
Heck,
linked me with
It
Trav.
started with
Shit.
Bobby, and that shit
Yep.
streamlined to Trav eventually. I
Mm-hmm.
went through Panic,
yep.
Oh,
and
I remember when Trav had his transformation because Trav's shit was along the lines of Bobby and Panic shit at first. Then I
Mm-hmm.
remember when Trav had his transformation and started to figure out that he had his own fucking style. I remember that shit. I seen that shit in the damn videos.
Uh-oh.
Straight up.
Uh-oh.
Yup.
yeah, shit. Trav gave me the confidence to summon my first spirit. What the fuck? I said, hold up now.
Mm-hmm.
Lying. You ain't
Yeah.
lying. You ain't lying,
God damn,
bro.
hold up now.
You ain't lying.
He
Trav
don't
gave me
seem
the
as
shit.
dark and gloomy. Hold up now.
Yup. Straight up.
Got
He's
his
not
fucking
talking about these spirits as if they're real people.
yeah. Like what the fuck? You don't need a circle? I mean, I'm trying
Yeah,
to find out how to draw a circle and a motherfucking pentagram and all
like a
kinds of shit.
silver ring with the pentagram on it and all
Yeah.
that.
I was like, Trav said, you don't need none of that shit.
Don't forget about the blood.
Blood.
Yeah, I
Oh,
didn't
the
need an
blood.
offering. I didn't need
Yeah,
nothing.
you the offering.
Man,
And
I
it-
remember one of his videos, Trav was like, he was talking about how he called a goetic entity to assist with a storm that was happening or something.
Yeah.
And it was like
Surfer.
wheats he gave for like an offering or some shit like that.
I believe that's the goetic entity that John Dee summoned to defeat the Spanish Armada.
That's where I learned about the offerings, because I always thought you had to be really specific on the offerings. And he was like, yeah, I gave it like some cereal or like some
honey
type
nut
of
cereal.
Right. Right.
It was honey, wheat,
Hey.
and barley.
Hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, I read the ingredients. It said honey, wheat, barley. Okay, we in there.
That shit was genius.
That hit me on so many levels. I was like,
Yeah. It was genius, man. Like I said, I just gave it some cereal. What the fuck? Okay, let's go. That's how I was thinking. Okay, let's go. Shit. Man,
And
let's
look,
go to
ain't nothing
Walmart.
changed. Ain't nothing changed, man. We still here. Like, it's grassroots. We do it how we do it. Get it how you live. It don't have to be complicated. Like, when we make it to the point where it's like, oh, I have to get this special thing, we're making barriers for ourselves. We're making an excuse for ourselves. No, do it with what you got right now. Like, if right now you need to do a ritual, look around your space and get something. Don't wait till tomorrow.
like even if you don't have it, they say visualize it, like an Ophiel for the visualizations, right? He says if you don't have a dagger or none of this, imagine it. Practice imagining it in your mind as if you're holding it, as if you're holding that tool that you need.
Man,
Lord, you
Crowley
beat me
said
to
that
it,
too. I'm
Lord.
confident.
You
I'm
beat me to
confident
it,
that
Lord.
I'm confident that Crowley, like, I don't want to say made the inner temple, but I think he like spawned it. Because like back in the day, he said that he forgot to do day 3 of a ritual, but he was horseback riding. But then he visualized himself while he was on horseback, visualized himself in his ritual room, completing the 3rd ritual, and the results still manifested. And just the way it was written, like it was written like something that, you know, back in the day in the occult community, that would have been like the hottest shit on the streets. And they didn't have YouTube videos; they had the magazines and shit. It's like, oh man, did you read that new Insider edition?
Did you read the Equinox?
Hell yeah!
Insider edition.
Oh, and
But
by
I'm
the
gonna
way,
slide out, y'all, man. I appreciate the convo, man. Y'all be easy.
yeah, we're gonna be
Peace,
easy, but
peace.
I want to
Peace,
interject.
peace.
Speaking of Crowley, I was reading Donald Michael Craig's book the other night, Modern Magic, and
I just read
he
that
checked.
last night.
Oh, really? Damn.
Yeah.
And he checked me on the way you're supposed to pronounce Crowley. He said you're supposed to rhyme with holy. So I guess his name's supposed to be Crowley. And I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, he
We
had
got
put that.
an American accent, so we'll let
Yeah, you know, so I was like, what the fuck? He
Yeah.
checking me on my mother. I guess he thought in my, I was like, how does motherfucker know I was thinking that I was pronouncing it wrong? But if anybody, you know what I'm saying, don't have this modern magic book, I think it's oh shit. I forgot we on live. God damn.
Yeah. Hey man, I went
Careful
back to
about
that
spilling the
after
juice.
all the shit we covered,
Oh shit.
and
My
Trav
bad.
has given the fucking keys. Ain't nothing in
Yeah.
that book that Trav ain't teach. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. Never mind.
Except the
I was
third
going
edition last
somewhere
chapter.
with it. I was going. What was
The
you
third
reading
edition.
that? What was you reading that, Maestro?
I read it a PDF, but that the third edition and the last
that's what
chapter
I
is
got.
the only thing that Trav has not covered yet.
Is which one?
The third edition, last chapter. Listen
Oh,
to
the
it.
last chapter. Oh, okay. Oh, you all the way back there. Yeah.
I read that
Yeah.
whole book in a night, bro. I could not put that down. I was like,
I
damn,
love
this is what that really meant.
Yeah, he's a very profound person. And you know what, Trav? Oh, I brought it up to let you know that he's an expert NLP.
Oh shit.
He is expert in NLP. That's what I brought it up for. And I didn't realize it when I was like, holy shit, hold up. I might need to check out. He actually has some NLP books out. Donald Michael Craig. And I ain't got that far down the rabbit hole yet, but I said, holy shit. So basically a lot of his techniques and the way he teaches is from an NLP perspective. You could tell. Because he goes in and explains about, you know, what is the definition of magic, and he gives Dion Fortune's version, and he gives Crowley's version, and I was like, holy shit, he making something so simple seem complicated, but that's from the NLP perspective, understanding what magic is if you're going to really be dealing with magic.
As Bobby Hemmett said, this
Yeah,
shit is
so
over.
yeah, so check them out, man. You know, I'm always, you know, like to share some nuggets, man. You know, like I say, I'll be, you know, going down this path by myself, and I'll be like, holy shit, does anybody else know this shit? So, yeah, he's a expert NLP, and he was roommates with Cunningham. What's that motherfucker Cunningham that wrote the book?
Yeah.
Summoning Spirits. What's the book Cunningham got?
Constantinos.
One of them books. Yeah. But he's a heavy occultist. All these motherfuckers in the OTO or the Golden Dawn. So, you know.
Yeah, you'll see often that a lot of these writers they know each other. They came up together in groups.
Right.
And I'm sure we'll do the same.
Right.
The 21st century go to you.
Go to you.
Yeah.
Hey, why you tripping? We making that, Maestro. We making that.
Right.
I can't say too much, but we making that.
Yeah, and I got to be careful what I say.
One thing that I learned about working with Chesed is that there are plans in place that the common man don't need to know. Matter of fact, if they did know, the plans wouldn't fall to fruition.
I'd say it would destroy the person who did know and wasn't equipped to handle it.
That too. So working at that Chesed level, you're really restructuring reality, because you got to think about it. You're on what did the unfortunate say? You're abutting the abyss, right? You're right on the edge of the upper triad. So you're in a good position to grab hold of gems and seeds that have not had manifestation yet. So if you grab the right seed at the right time and plant it in the right place, you got no choice but to become super abundant and super wealthy. Why? Because Prakriti needed that for evolution. That's why somebody like, again, Bill Gates or whatever, gets so rich, because they were in the right place at the right time with the right equipment to produce what was gonna happen anyways. It's not that these people are better than you or special. They were in the right place at the right time, dealing with the right stuff. Now, if you can get in where you fit in, the pattern speaks for itself. The universe rewards you greatly if you're able to serve evolution in the direction that it's already going. So check this out now. This is what I'm saying. Instead of fighting against TikTok and fighting against the fact that your kid has a tablet in his face all the time, figure out what this pattern is connected to and see how you can assist in the evolution of humanity.
Trav, are you saying that that specific shot that they urge people to get was actually an upgrade for those that don't do spiritual work on a mass scale?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, some people left, some people logged off.
Already. I was thinking about that today. I was like, oh shit. 'Cause I had done a ritual when I first got into the occult. And it was like the first real one that I did. And I got super sick after, and it reminded me of a specific shot everybody's getting forced to get. You gonna move along with, like, you're gonna evolve whether you want to or not. Better you evolve with like by yourself and by your own means than what's given. But it's gonna happen anyway. I think in the Sri Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sister Shruti breaks down the actual, because people are like, oh, it's upgrading your DNA. But she actually breaks down the process of how refining your focus actually affects your DNA. So it is an upgrade at a certain level, but how aware of it are you?
Right.
How much proof do you got?
As an individual, what we have access to is our awareness. What are you using it on? And how intensely are you using it?
Yeah, Maestro, that got me thinking about that Fam Lambda wave or whatever Panic was talking about in those videos a couple months ago that came around with COVID. And I know in one that he recently posted, he was talking about how that was affecting, that was basically gonna affect basically be the upgrade that they were gonna give him the shot. But just you saying that right there, it kind of confirmed that not only can it be an external upgrade by doing the attention focus and that changing your DNA, that was the upgrade itself. Just the fact that this came around right, like this Darana Darshan, the whole, all that came around right before the shit happened. And I don't think that's for no reason.
Oh, and even thinking that too, that got me thinking, like, we're upgrading, and it's kind of what Trav said, how about yesterday was the cliff off. Like, we're still on the Asaya tree, but each tree itself has 4 worlds. We're just moving into the world of Yetzirah on the Asaya tree. The literal metaverse to what we're used to. Or the plane above, as Ophiel would say.
Metaverse, everyone's infatuation with metahumans, superheroes. Oh my God, man. Wow.
And here's the important distinction about these categories, right? So in truth, reality is way too vast for any individual to truly understand. So we're given categories and different things and labels to put things into perspective. So if we understand that there's the 4 worlds, Asaya, Yetzirah, Bria, Atziluth, and we know that within each world is 4 worlds, we know that within each tree of life, within each Sephirah is another tree. What that's basically saying is that reality works upon a fractal system. There's levels and stages at every level and every stage. And if you know the general outline of the stages and of the levels, then you can know that where you are currently can be placed on the map somewhere. And the more you know about the map, the more you can know about where you are, where you're coming from, and where you're headed.
thinking too that we see polarization of me versus you, but that's a down me over the cliff off. Some people are finally moving into Malkuth of the Asaya tree for the very first time. I said, or humanity as a whole. But a conversion had to happen.
Yikes.
The opposites had to be united, as they would say in Tantra. And now they're finally moving into Malkuth.
Phase lambda. So, knowing that most of humanity is moving on these very, very, very low levels, like you said, the Malkuth of Asaya, you know, and it's not too far-fetched, you know, it is what it is. Being several steps ahead is going to give you the advantage, and it makes sense as to why focus and intention creates reality. It makes sense why law of attraction works, because when most of humanity is under the heavy thumb of Mother Nature, if you've managed to rise above that, then what's left is they who are directing the flow of evolution. If 90% of the human population is constricted, constrained, and bound to the patterns of nature, then that other 10% are the ascended masters who are channeling through into humanity that which is to come. To bring it more down to earth, these people who have the power and the means to create change, to create new inventions, to create new pathways, when they create them, the other 90% follow, right? Everyone's riding horses, but when somebody comes along with the automobile, now everyone's riding cars. Then someone creates a truck, now we got cars and trucks. Eventually someone will create something different that'll revolutionize the whole world. That's why I say TikTok did a number, because TikTok is a new reality within social media. Instagram is dedicating all their power to making reels now. YouTube is dedicating all their power to making shorts now. Facebook is trying their best to survive and struggling to do their version of TikToks. Why would all these other channels try to be someone else? Because they realize that TikTok is superior. That's some chesed at work.
You could just see that with just how quickly it just took wave. I know like Facebook took like a little bit. Instagram kind of blew up a little bit, but TikTok, man, it was like a couple months.
And what I'm saying is that since these other channels are trying to adapt the context of TikTok, just by that action alone, they're stating and signifying that TikTok is superior. You don't adapt another context if it's insufficient. You adapt it if it works. So the fact that everyone is trying to be TikTok means that TikTok's doing something right.
Trav, earlier I was speaking in the car and I think I cut out a bit. But when I was talking about how Eastern magic goes within, I was saying that Western high magic is focused on expansion. I remember you saying intention after, which I don't doubt intention, but the Vedic system hones your focus into its most essential and base level, and the Western high magic systems deal with attuning you to the quote-unquote outer, like outer in relation to your body. becoming, it's like in the new Fantastic Four, the whack one, where Doctor Doom was actually like made up of the Earth. I would say that's an accurate representation of Western magic. You're getting attuned to the trees, getting attuned to the cosmic forces. While in the Vedic system, it's more breaking down the acid, kind of sizzling away at a metal until it gets to its base component.
Mm-hmm.
As we know, you go infinitely, like going up, you simultaneously go down. I think the next step would be finally uniting these two forces, and it's like it's fucking powerful. I'll leave it at that.
That gives me an image of the alien xenomorph, and you know, they tell us that their blood is acid. But when I see these things, I think that their hatred for life is so powerful that even the very blood that fuels their being hates life. If that blood gets onto another organism, it separates its chemical bonds and reduces it to its base element, removing the life from the matter. What they are is so opposed to life that even their very blood dissolves life. Love it. I love it in that it's so pure in what it is.
So was it doing tantra on somebody? Someone stabs xenomorph and it melts its hand, it's separating the energy from matter.
It's painful, especially the more attached you are. And what more attached are we to anything than our physical body?
That's a really good breakdown. I think now I have like so many movies in my mind where that happens, where you have like these crazy alien creatures or something sent to like kill humans, and if you cut them, their blood is acid and they dissolve. I really like how you just described how if they hate life so much that their blood also hates life, and so it actively separates it. Or separates the matter. I'm gonna now every like weird ass alien movie that I see that has that in that, I'm gonna think about that and be like, oh.
We're dealing with agents of Shiva. These are agents of Shiva. These are divine creatures. And it's not that Shiva is anti-life or anti-humanity, but Shiva is about the dissolution of form back into its original state, which is no thing.
The anti-life equation.
Uh-oh. I wasn't gonna get into movie breakdowns, but like lately I've been watching movies and I can't help but see the Kabbalistic influence. Like, I think Brother Panic did a decent job, but every movie I've watched in the past 2-3 weeks, I have seen such intense Kabbalistic, hermetic, and occult symbology. Like to the point where it's like, really?
For about 2 years, I've been like slowly gathering notes. I've been putting it off. I could have started, but it's almost to that point, doing movie breakdowns that are Kabbalistic.
Like, I don't know what these other folks are talking about, but
when you look at this, you zoom in right here. It looks like a 4. But being that light is reflected twice, we got the law of 44, and that's what they're showing you right here at the bottom of this guy's shoe.
Nah, you get too technical. I've heard folks, they just be saying anything. That's your melanin. But anyways, you already know, but I was watching Training Day recently, and man, They should retitle that movie as Denzel Washington plays a Sith Lord training his apprentice in the ways of the dark side, not realizing that his apprentice was promised a Jedi training. And I say Star Wars specifically, not just because it's convenient, but because that story of Training Day, it follows the hero's journey to the T, just like Star Wars does. And that's why Denzel won an Oscar, because he played the archetypes so well. So well. So yeah, Gator, this is what you asked me a while ago. Is he still on? Maestro Alora? Nope, he's out. But yeah, he asked when we read the chapter on Chesed, and there was about the ascended masters in Chesed, and she mentioned that there were also dark ascended masters of Gibera. Well, those of course would be what we would call Sith Lords. They still have power and influence on a massive scale, but at their core, we would see what we would call selfish, self-serving.
When the mentor dies and the hero has to go to the mentor's mentor, that dude ain't playing no games. Gonna knock the bowl out of his hand, gonna make him start working.
Man, the mentor's mentor, shit.
That's a dark ascended master right there.
Ah, clip off. Check that out. Past, present, future.
That way I think, it's a Gareth Knight or William G. Gray, I forget which one, but he talked about the pathways to Radav, and they cannot be used, like we could only use the middle, so he says. And the one connecting Bina to Gebra was that of the Watchers. We know the Watchers were quote unquote banned to hell. They were banned to this darkness of Sheol and Dudael. They were banished to the clip off, but they still have a function on the tree. And they ruled the higher portion of the left pillar.
These Watchers.
Ones who taught the magician that's on the higher path. So that does make it divine in a way that we had become a living God and they were talking about the demonic gatekeepers. But really, if we look at their function, these are like Tomasic reducers in a way. Their books are putting out this specific path of reduction that is like a similar process that the Watchers do. Still divine, just a different purpose. Or when the villain joins the hero, but they still do their own shit, kind of.
Like whenever Lex Luthor teams up with Batman or Superman, he helps them, but after his help is done, he turns and does Lex Luthor shit.
For Sasuke and Naruto, he was kind of the antagonist throughout all of Shippuden. And then in Boruto, he still works for the Leaf Village, but he's doing his own thing.
Boruto. Goetia to baby witches. That's my next task.
It's a whole can of worms, Trav. There's some baby witches that have been in that stage for 20 years, ain't heard about no damn goatee. But to blow their whole doors open.
I gotta go into the clip-off, bring some folks out. There's a bounty there, and there's a great reward for that bounty. Some of these new games that I'm playing helps me to see reality in a different way. You know, you can take on a side quest and you'll get some more loot and some more parts for your ship or for your armor or whatever. Then you come to find out it's good that you did those side quests because it fits into the main storyline.
It's like the bounty hunters in Star Wars. They may win temporarily, but it kind of forces the heroes to approach the situation differently. And after that ordeal, they're gaining new skills.
Mm-hmm. I'm playing a new game right now. It's a Star Wars game. I think I mentioned it before. What's it called? It's the one that's in between episode 3 and 4. Yes, yes. You like it? Cool.
Actually, too, the better part about it, I'm a nerd like that, was the lore, like how you can collect data pieces.
Yeah.
But specifically the lore of that the ancient precursor civilization, like they're dropping some stuff in that.
I'm paying attention, and I'm noticing how like they're talking about real stuff, but just coding it in Star Wars language. Like the fact that the main character he's born with efficient, what's the word? Where you can touch something and get a reading for it. Let me see.
Oh yeah, I was playing
Psychometry.
Yes.
Thank you.
Quinlan Voss.
Oh yeah.
My boy. Psychometry. Yup.
Psychometry. Yeah, that's his Jedi, his Force ability, psychometry. I thought that was pretty cool. And he sits down to meditate. You know what I'm saying? That's how you save the game and whatnot. But yeah, just pretty decent.
I gotta finish that now.
I'm also playing No Man's Sky. Has anybody taken that into consideration?
I've thought about getting that game a couple times. I got a clear space on the hard drive. I've seen it on the Game Pass though. It looks good. Space exploration.
Mm-hmm. I'm enjoying it. And after about a week or so of hours of play, I still don't know what that game is about. Or at least the story. I don't know the story. They make you figure it out piece by piece by piece. Like you're surrounded by alien factions. And you literally have to learn their languages word by word. So every artifact you find, you might learn one word of their language. So it's like when you first communicate with them, it's gibberish. But every time you start to discover an artifact, you start to pick out one word, then two words, then eventually start figuring out the story as you go. I thought that was pretty cool.
Who made that game? Was that an EA game?
I'm not sure.
I might have to check that out. That sounds pretty dope.
The last game I played it was a Vampire. In that game you had to, like, you could suck someone's blood and get XP, or you could gather clues from the game and you were able to do pretty much the meta model on them, and that would increase the amount of XP you could gain from them. And that's when I realized that NLP was a form of Tantra.
So through the dialogue, you would get just as much as you get from just Sucking their blood?
Say if you suck their blood, right? You would get like 300 XP. But as you recovered more information, the amount of XP you could collect from them goes up. And it's like it kind of affects the ending how much people you kill. But if you want to go that route of sucking blood, then you pretty much over time build up the amount of XP you can harvest from them based on your efforts with the meta model.
All right. I think it's close to time to move on to another state.
Yes.
I'm looking for a movie to watch. Do you have any suggestions?
Well, if you want one that'll like fuck with your dreams,
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Mirror Mask.
Mirror Mask.
Yeah, that's a Jim Henson film, an old one, but he did it with Neil Gaiman.
Ooh, Mirror Mask. Okay, all right.
Damn, I was about to say Transformers.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that's got a lot of symbolism in it too. Transformers. Mirror Mask.
I have kind of a video planned on like the first 3 movies of breaking down the Kabbalistic influence.
You should definitely check out if you got HBO Max, the Batman, The Dark Knight Returns, Part 1 and 2, the animated movies. Those 2.
Dark Knight Returns 1 and 2. Let me mark some of this down. Dark Knight Returns. I got Hulu just to see Hellraiser, but I guess it's not on. I guess it's not on Hulu then. I don't remember everything that happened because let's say I got a bit too deep into trance, and I don't remember I don't remember the entire movie.
Smoked a blunt and fell asleep.
Oh.
Okay, and Mirror Mask. Cool.
Oh, and no, never mind. Those are all good suggestions.
The Dark what?
I was gonna say just huh?
Anything with the word dark in the title, apparently. That's your melanin.
No. Never mind.
A dark song.
Dark song.
I'm gonna try to watch it tonight. But
Dark
it's
song.
based on a woman having to do the holy guardian angel ritual. But it's a horror movie.
Oh, I've seen that.
Wait. What's it about?
She has to summon her holy guardian angel, but it's a horror movie.
Dark song.
They're doing the actual rituals in it.
Yeah.
Swami Hood Naked 888 says A Dark Song is by far the scariest movie I've ever watched.
Hereditary.
Oh boy.
If you've seen that either.
Man.
You're saying song like SONG?
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know. Everybody in the chat saying that that's a pretty solid choice right there.
I might watch that tonight.
Dark song. They said dark. You already know that.
Right. That's your melanin.
The holy guardian angel, the Ugodites, the Yu-Gi-Oh meant black, so that's your melanin.
But that movie, it's on Amazon Prime. That movie.
Ugodites means the black man. That got me not scared of anything. He's talking about deals with the devil, like some rock star's book. And they said right here, and he said this man, it was the black man of Sabbat. So when he saw the devil, it was the black man. That's your melanin.
I love how it always resolves in that's your melanin. I love how it always resolves into that.
It's okay now. I could summon the Goetia. I'm not going to hell. That's the black man.
Hey, it worked for me. It worked for me. When Bobby Hemmett said that's your melanin, I said, okay, that's my melanin.
Talk about pacing and leading.
Right. I didn't ask what makes it my melanin. What the hell is melanin anyway? Or how did you come to that conclusion? No. I just said, okay, fuck it, let's go. That's your melanin. Genius, man. Genius on a different level than y'all think. And in the chat, Anna Molly has mentioned Pi a few times. I've heard about Pi, but I haven't seen Pi. The movie freaks me out at the climax. Well, I got a list, and I don't like long lists, so. Mirror Mask, Dark Song, Dark Knight Returns, 1 and 2. Inception, I've got to finish. And Moonfall. People are mentioning Moonfall. You guys seen that?
No.
Alora, I am sending you these movie titles.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Now we're good to go. Lance Spinfield says, watch the movie Brightburn. It's about Superman as a child. I'm gonna wait till my son comes back.
Yeah,
I'm gonna watch that with my son.
That's a
know,
good movie.
Man. That's the clip while Superman.
Yeah.
That's the clip while Superman.
Yeah, that's the like savage mode right there. Yeah.
I forgot about that movie.
They said they were trying to like afterwards make a sequel in the future of like a whole Justice League. Kids.
Oh boy. I'll be watching that this weekend.
I don't know if you're gonna watch that with your son.
Yeah, it's kind of savage, bro.
I'm set on it. But it can't be worse than the stuff he's watching on YouTube already.
I don't know.
Yeah, like.
Which one is this?
I think I want to say he killed his mom, bro.
Oh, don't ruin it now.
Oh shit. I'm sorry.
You talking about Brightburn?
Yeah. but I haven't seen the
Oh,
movie in
that's
so long.
shit. Ooh, get ready for that one.
Please wait till your son's edgy stage. Angsty teen phase or something.
Don't worry, I know NLP.
Don't worry, bro, I got a blue check mark.
Right. Dr. Strange. Trust me, I'm a doctor. Now 144 Magnolia Street. I seen through the window of that house.
Was it daytime or nighttime? That's what I need to know.
I need to know why you in that window.
Yeah.
I was picturing nighttime.
I was picturing daytime. There was in white robes, fucking one another in the ass like a choo-choo train. all sixes going to hell. You gonna fuck me?
Sorry, man, that he walked in, saw, or looked through the window and saw a Crowley.
The Crowley ritual. Strange Tantra. Andy says, definitely check out Performance, 1970, starring Mick Jagger.
There's a game, I haven't finished it, but it's, the camera kind of makes me nauseous, but it's called Primal. And like the chick, she gets sucked into this astral world where she has to unite all four elements and fight the demon Abaddon.
Primal.
If you haven't seen the new Sandman series, I'd recommend that.
Okay. How many episodes are we talking so far?
I think there's like 8.
Okay, that's not so bad.
Nah.
Was it good?
I thought it was really good. I think they fucked up some of, well, I'm a graphic novel. I'm a fan of the graphic novel, so I was a little bit disappointed in some of the characters that they redid. But overall, they stayed very true to the story, and they made it really, yeah, I think they made it really well. Like I think it was a really good show.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna make myself some French fries and a spicy chicken sandwich, and I'm gonna load up one of these movies, and I'm gonna get into a nice state and see what I can pick out from this stuff.
And your booty about to burn tomorrow.
No. I'm conditioned for this, all right? I'm conditioned for this. It's gonna have to be something extreme for that to happen. I put cayenne on everything.
Iron colon city.
Iron. Is everyone good? Is everyone happy?
Mm-hmm.
Very
Yes.
much.
Cool. Life is wonderful. I have my sigil for 10K, my spider entity, on my altar over there. And I was talking with my friend online, and I said something, and I think she got offended. And the sigil literally shifted, like, I was like, oh, I apologize. I'm sorry. Did not mean to piss you off like that.
All these spider bitches around my house, living rent free and shit, eating up all the flies.
Yeah. Experimental workings. Peace and love. All right, so that's that. I'm heading out. I hope you guys had a great session. This has been very good. Have a good night, my friends.
Good night, good night, good night.
Good night.
Peace.
See you all astral projecting in Travis's basement.
It's open. Come on, come on. But don't bring that bullshit. Because you're going to be the one eating it, not me.
Yeah. Only bring spicy chicken sandwiches and french fries.
Sushi, preferably. Sushi with wasabi, preferably.
All right. Sushi with wasabi. We got California rolls.
I'm going to bring some Indian food.
Oh, yeah. That sounds great. All right, man. Well, we'll definitely be eating it up.
Listen, in the Magus Mansion ashram, it's going to be some good cooking. That's one thing for sure. That's one thing for sure.
For sure.
All right. See y'all later. Have a good night, everyone. This is DK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you all. Peace.